Chapter 1349. Chui Wazi clenched the handle of the fly brush and said gloomily, "I respect Master Li, not you. Don't push your luck." However, the sword did not pay any attention to this virtuous and respected enlightened master of law. Instead, it turned around and stared fixedly at a weak and delicate woman who had previously accompanied a certain silk-clothed young master in a show of cultured elegance. In the general's mansion in Yuzhou, Huang Fujin, dressed in official robes, sat on a red sandalwood chair. In the hall stood an old swordsman who was resting with his eyes closed. He was carrying a heavy sword case. He was the master of the profound finger technique, Mifengjie, who had been recruited by the king of Bailiang himself. Compared to Chui Wazi, who practiced the profound finger technique on the bell tower, Michigan Fengjie's profound finger technique was based on the sword. Huang Fujin knocked on the table with one hand and held a teacup lid with the other. He gently fanned the steam rising from the tea in the cup. This powerful general had a mixed reputation in Bailiang, but no one could deny that he was the king of Bailiang's favorite. In Yuzhou, he was probably the only one who could bear the title of trusted subordinate. Huang Fujin could drink, but he did not like to drink. When he drank tea, he only drank strong tea that was so bitter that it made one's mouth feel bitter. Huang Fujin was silent. According to the intelligence reports from Wutongan and Fushui, Beimang's network and Jianghu forces had infiltrated the hinterland of Yuzhou. Although they had spread out in all directions in the beginning, the Eagle Guard and Peregrine Falcons in the dark and the local garrisons on the surface had been exhausted and suffered heavy casualties. Later on, these desperados had chosen a central route to the south. Then, under the cover of large-scale assassinations on the left and right, they had gone straight to Yuzhou's capital, Chang'an City. The target of the assassination was obvious. It was either him, the general of Yuzhou, or Governor Hu Kuei. In Chang'an City, in addition to Mifengjie, who had a hidden identity, there were also many second-level supreme power masters in Governor Hu's mansion to protect Hu Kuei. There was also that crazy woman, Fan Shaochai, who was hiding in the city. It seemed reasonable for Beimang to attack Chang'an City, which was heavily guarded but had plenty of bait. After all, the life and death of Huang Fujin and Hu Kuei could affect the situation in Yuzhou province. Huang Fushi suddenly covered the teacup and said in a low voice, "That's not right." At the same time, on the outside corridor of the clock tower, Beimang, who realized that his identity had been exposed, lifted the pole and jumped without hesitation, leaving the Immortal of Morality sect to deal with the dangerous woman who had hidden herself deeply. He laughed and said, "Chui Wazi, it's time for you to sacrifice your life for the country. When we successfully kill Yan Wenluan, I will personally send the compensation to the Taoist sect." General Yan Wenluan's tent was not in the hinterland of Yuzhou. It was only 150 miles away from the mouth of the gourd. At first, when the Yuzhou border army heard that a large number of Beimang assassins had infiltrated, they sent out 20 scouts of each group of 50 people. Great Ancestor Gu was different from Qin Yinshui, who was stationed in Yuzhou. Great Ancestor Gu was in charge of the situation at the border of Liangzhou province. Because he was worried about the safety of the commander, he even asked Zhou Kong, the deputy commander of the cavalry army, to send the most elite crossbowmen to the old general's tent. He completely ignored Yan Wenluan's objection and sent them to the old general's tent in case of any accidents. As the spy reports were sent, it showed that the Beimang assassins kept coming south. Especially the tent of the deputy commander of the infantry army, Qin Yinshui, was attacked at night. The Yuzhou army suffered heavy casualties. If it were not for the fact that there were enough third-level masters and masters in the ambush, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the alert of Yan Wenluan's tent did not weaken, everyone was obviously relieved. This day just happened to be the time when the northern Mang cavalry crazily poured in from the other side of the gourd, the smoke of war rising from all directions. Yan Wenluan led 1,000 cavalry to rush to the front lines. Around the 1,000 cavalry, the crossbowmen on the 3 white horses and the first-rate scouts of the Yuzhou infantry were carefully and skillfully scouting. The more they did so, the more uneasy Yan Wenluan's guard commander felt when the 10 of them blocked the path of the 1,000 cavalry. At the end of the road, the person in the lead was a woman whose face was covered by a white veil. Beside her was a middle-aged scholar with thin eyes and a long beard. He had a xiaoyao bandana on his head and a dark purple bamboo flute at his waist. They were the Princess Tomb and Little Thoughts. Chess and Sword Music School, Great Music House. Behind the two of them were two of the 10 giants of the Beimang Demon Path. A dwarf sat on the shoulder of a giant. It was a weird scene. The Beimang Jianghu only knew their nicknames, Iron Horseman and Thirsty Horseman. The latter was especially notorious. Just like the demons Xiaoling who liked to eat people's hearts and livers, they liked to drink the blood of living people. In the most unsociable position at the back, a white-haired old woman was coughing heavily. She had a delicate and beautiful flower on her head. The other 5 were all outstanding first-rate experts of the Beimang Jianghu. Yan Wenluan raised her arm and the 1,000 cavalry suddenly stopped. The old general chuckled and said, "This time, the northern barbarians have quite the appetite." The cavalry commander of the personal army was deeply worried. He urged his horse to Yan Wenluan's side. But before he could speak, Yan Wenluan laughed and said, "Don't worry. There's nothing for us to do today. Just enjoy it. In the end, there's still the existence of 10,000 enemies in the world. We generals who rely on the strength of our soldiers and horses have no choice but to accept it." In the cavalry commander's confusion, one of the cavalry silently stepped out of the formation. A man holding a long spear took off his helmet. This man, who was hailed by the world's famous general, Yan Wenluan, as the enemy of 10,000 enemies, slowly urged his horse forward. Many years ago, during the era when the sword god, Li Chungang, was the champion of the Jianghu, there was a man from Beiliang. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 spear, he was unstoppable on the Beimang grasslands. His name was the Spear Immortal, Wang Xiu. After that, the world only knew that Wang Xiu taught a disciple who surpassed his master, the white-robed Chen Jibao. But even the people of Beiliang, and even the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, did not know the reason why Chen Jibao was unable to take away the famous spear, instant, after killing his master, Wang Xiu. It was because someone used an ordinary wooden spear to block Chen Jibao, who was wielding the plum ziqing. Looking at the seemingly ordinary cavalry charging with a spear, the leader of the great music house sighed helplessly. "It's Su Yanbing. Our previous plan has become a joke." A gust of wind blew past him and the princess. The great music house felt even more helpless. "You're courting death." The burly steel horseman galloped past them like lightning, and the dwarf laughed cruelly. When the distance between the two parties was about 50 steps, Thirsty kicked the giant's shoulders with both legs and used the momentum to leap forward. The thin and small figure's trajectory in the air was very ghostly and gaudy. In the end, it only brushed past him. The 1,000 cavalry behind Yan Wenluan did not see how the spear-wielding man attacked. They only saw the devilish dwarf explode into a cloud of blood in the air, and then the burly giant turned around and fled with all his might. They still did not see how the spear-wielding man on the horse moved his spear, but the enemy did not dare to run in a straight line. They circled back and forth, battered and exhausted. The next scene was even more inconceivable. The Beimang demon nicknamed Steel Horseman seemed to have been forced into a desperate situation for no reason. He turned around again and charged toward the horse. In the end, like an idiot committing suicide, he crashed into the tip of the spear, allowing the spear to pierce through his head. Su Yanbing flicked his wrist lightly and flung the giant corpse away. He continued to charge. It was not that Thirsty and Steel Horseman were too weak to withstand a single blow, but that the opponent they chose to attack with his spear had no chance of survival. In the past, when Wang Xiu, one of the 4 great grandmasters, fought against others, even if many of his opponents were on the same level as him, there were still very few who could withstand a single blow from him. Su Yanbing had already surpassed Wang Xiu's peak state by a lot. This was even more so. This meant that the battle between Su Yanbing and Chen Jibao in the future was destined to be a matter of a single spear. Chapter 1350. After the new Jinshi in Liang, they were often not immediately appointed to an official post. Before they were officially promoted to an official post, they were sent to the 6 ministries and 9 ministers to practice their political affairs. This was the so-called Jinshi system. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he went one step further on the basis of the assistant minister of the Ministry of War to patrol the borders established by the previous emperor himself. He created the precedent of the Ministry of War officials observing the borders. This was originally one of the proposals of the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, in the past. The purpose was to prevent the Ministry of War from only thinking about military affairs on paper and not being practical. It could be seen that the current emperor of the Zhao family was especially fond of this young vassal king, who was loyal and devoted during the Jingnan crisis. This time, the Ministry of War was leaving the borders of the capital, which attracted the attention of the whole court. The ranks of the officials of the Ministry of War were not high. Among them, the assistant minister of the carriage department, Kang Zhenrong, the manager of the military selection department, Gao Tingshu, and the others, and the manager of the military storage department, Yan Qiji. In the capital's officialdom, they were all typical, hairless, young faces. There were two reasons why the big shots in the imperial court paid attention to them. The first reason was that the first choice for observing the borders was not the expected two Liao provinces, where the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, was already coordinating with the Eastern Front. It was the northwestern frontier fortress of the Great Desert Smoke, Bailiang Road. The second reason was that the officials carefully selected by the Ministry of War were extremely thought-provoking. Among them, Gao Tingshu, the new second place, and Wu Tsongxian, the same year in the officialdom, were able to rise to fame in Tai and city. Obviously, it was not enough to rely on their first or third place status. If it were not for Jin Sanlang, who spared no effort to add fuel to the fire, they would have been eclipsed by the government observation in 2 or 3 months at most. In the Zhao family Yamen, where there were many high-ranking officials, the Yonghui era had lasted for more than 20 years, so there was no shortage of Zhuangyuan, and Tanhua. As for the Jinshi, there were even more. Who in the world did not know that Jin Lanting, who had helped Gao Tingshu and helped him, had regarded the Bailiang Su family as enemies? In addition, Yan Qiji and Kang Zhenrong's accompanying patrol was even more interesting. The Yan family entered the capital because of a woman, and Yan Jieshi and Yan Qiji became relatives of the emperor. What was even more unexpected was that the fourth prince, who had no ambition, could easily break the unshakable shackles of the imperial family's inheritance by not fighting for power. In the end, he smoothly became the emperor in the south. The emperor's father-in-law, Yan Jieshi, was previously a scholar of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Yan Qiji, who was often teased and bullied by the playboys of Tai and city when he first entered the capital, had now become the emperor's uncle. Who did not know that the emperor not only had a deep relationship with the empress, but also had a close relationship with this gentle and elegant brother-in-law before he ascended the throne. Otherwise, how could Yan Qiji, who was also a Jinshi, become the head of the armory department of the Ministry of War? How could he be personally escorted by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments and even have Minister Liu of the Ministry of War personally greet him? Kang Zhenrong was also born in Bailiang. His father, Kang Dai, had entered the capital to become an official and joined the second prince's tutelage. Kang Wuqi and Yan Qiji were brothers who could wear the same pants as the king of Bailiang when they were young. Adding on Li Hanlin, the only one left in Bailiang, the four of them had visited at least 70 or 80 brothels together in Bailiang, if not 100. Thus, there was a lot to chew on. Of the four brothers, not to mention Su Fengnian, the hereditary king of the border, even if Li Hanlin had a father who was a second-level official in Liang, what position was he in now? He was just a small crossbow bolt. Moreover, Li Gongda, who was widely recognized as a skilled official, had only been a governor for a few days. His butt had not even warmed the chair before he was quickly pushed aside by an outsider like Song Dongming. On the contrary, in the capital, not to mention Yan Qiji, who had an extraordinary status, Kang Zhenrong was already a powerful figure in the Ministry of War. If they were in any other province, even an old county governor would have to address Kang Zhenrong as his brother and treat him with great care. Perhaps, the latter would not be willing to accept it. Not long after they entered the border, they received the shocking news that the Beimang army was advancing on 3 fronts. The old men of the Ministry of War intended to take a detour around the relatively peaceful border of Yuzhou as an explanation to the imperial court. After that, they would immediately set off for Ji Bei to greet Yuan Tingshan, who who had recently risen to power. After that, they would go to Liao province and meet with Gu Jiantang and the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong. It was supposed to be a safe and peaceful journey. However, they did not expect that they would encounter such a tricky situation as soon as they entered the eastern part of Yuzhou. Who knew if that northwest barbarian surnamed Su would feel that he had been disgraced by the imperial court and become so bold that he would order the Beiliang frontier army to disguise themselves as Beimang cavalry and wipe out all the officials of the Ministry of War. Among the officials of the Ministry of War, a few old men who had witnessed the dangers of the officialdom hurriedly stopped at a courier station at the border. They discussed for the entire night but still failed to come up with a perfect plan. However, the young and vigorous Gao Tingshu did not agree with them. Not only did he propose to go straight to the calabash mouth of Yuzhou, but he also proposed to take a look at Huda City, which was the most impregnable pass in the northwest of Liangzhou province. The old men, who were already afraid of the cold, were so scared that their lips turned purple. If not for the fact that the bannerman was a junior in the officialdom who had a good impression on both Gu Jiantang and Minister Lu, he would have been kicked out of the Ministry of War by the time he returned to the capital. Compared to Gao Tingshu, who was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, Yan Qiji, who had been gentle and courteous along the way, was much more amiable in the eyes of those old foxes in the officialdom. After a torturous night at the courier station, they did not know how many times they had picked the wick. In the end, it was Yan Qiji who came up with an idea that made the old men feel more and more appropriate the more they thought about it. The imperial uncle proposed not to go to Yuzhou province or the northern line of Liangzhou province, but to go directly to Beiliang Palace and Mount Qingliang. Liang Shihu, who was in charge of the specific affairs of the department for purging officials, stroked his beard and made up his mind. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he said, "Good." Official Liang found this young imperial uncle more and more pleasing to the eye. Going to Mount Qingliang, which was famous throughout the world, was a good idea. No matter how unruly the king of Beiliang was, even if he had dared to send troops to resist an imperial edict, he would not be so daring as to kill someone in his own palace, right? Besides, with the friendship that Yan Qiji and Kong Zhenrong had built up with the king of Beiliang, even if there was not much left, going to Beiliang Palace would not be a hongmen banquet. Besides, who had not heard of the spectacular sight of tens of thousands of carps swimming in Tidehark Lake? There were so many officials in Grand Peace City, but how many of them had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes? After leaving the capital, Gao Tingshu, who appeared to be in high spirits, hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not say anything that would offend the public. It seemed that Manager Yan's status as the imperial uncle was not something that he, the second-ranked scholar with an unstable foundation, could provoke. Chapter 1351. When the political observation team stopped at the relay station bordering Liangzhou to rest, Kong Zhenrong, who was returning to his hometown for the first time since he entered the capital, found Yan Qiji, who was reading Sages at night. He sat down and did not say anything. After a few years of polishing, Yan Qiji gradually lost the childishness of a foreigner entering the capital. Furthermore, he had a scholarly temperament. After the Yan family had a meteoric rise, this young scholar with a weak temperament had imperceptibly become more assertive. This made his father, who was the Grand Secretary of the Grand Hall, feel very gratified. Kong Zhenrong did not speak, and Yan Qiji did not take the initiative to speak either. There was only the sound of him flipping the book and the occasional sound of the lamp wick cracking in the room. In the end, it was Kong Wuqi who could not hold it in and asked in a low muffled voice, "Yan Qiji, do you think Brother Feng will be angry and refuse to see us?" Yan Qiji continued to read and seemed to be unsure. He said softly, "I don't think so." Kong Zhenrong, who had just shaved his beard this morning, touched his stubble and sighed sadly. "You are lucky. You and Hanlon have been together with Brother Feng for a few more years. I ran to the capital a few years before you. The last time Brother Feng went to the capital, my father was muddle-headed and tricked me to go to the south of Jingji early. In the end, we did not meet. Yan Qiji, you read more books. Do you think Brother Feng will think I am not loyal? If I had known it would be such a depressing situation, would not have gone to the capital with my father even if I had run away from home." Yan Qiji did not flip the book again. He stopped at the page in his hand and was silent. Kong Jinrong asked, "Why don't you go to the Ministry of Personnel or the Ministry of Rights? Why did you come to the Ministry of War? Didn't you hate war and bloodshed the most since you were young?" Yan Qiji sighed. "It is because I hate it that I want to go to the Ministry of War." Kong Jinrong rolled his eyes. "You scholars have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. You don't say it directly. Others take off their pants to fart, but you wear your pants to shit." Yan Qiji's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked out of the window and whispered, "When you go back, tell Uncle Kong to stop writing to King Tang of Gangnam-do." Seeing Kong Jinrong's confused appearance, Yan Qiji almost squeezed out word by word. Especially the matter of King Tang sending people to the capital to present the auspicious white deer. "Tell your father not to get involved." Kong Jinrong wondered, "Isn't this a good thing?" Yan Qiji sneered, "You don't have to care about anything. You just need to tell your father that it was an unintentional remark I made after a family banquet. Your father knows the severity of the matter." Kong Jinrong, who used to be Yan Qiji's shield, looked at Yan Qiji's face and said softly, "Eating chicken Yan, I don't think I know you." Yan Qiji's originally tense face softened a little. He picked up the book on the table again and said almost to himself, "I didn't want to either." The following trip to Liangzhou made the hearts of the officials, including Liang Jinrong of the Department for Purging Officials, slowly relax. Not only did the local armies of Liangzhou open the gates for them, there was also a newly appointed lieutenant who personally escorted them to the outskirts of Liangzhou city. Although there was a hint of surveillance, at least on the surface, it gave enough face to the Ministry of War's political observation this time. Liang Jinrong did not have a military background, but as an old official of Zhonglu of the Ministry of War, his vision was not bad. He could tell that Beiliang's local army was strong, far superior to the capital and Jizhou. Naturally, he began to feel fear of the Su family's 300,000-strong cavalry. He sighed with emotion. It turned out that Beiliang's light cavalry was already so majestic. When the group of officials, who were looked at like monkeys by the people of Liangzhou, arrived at the gate of the king's mansion at the foot of Mount Qingliang and saw the 2 stone lions that were as tall as 2 people, even the experienced and knowledgeable old men of the Ministry of War looked at each other and gasped. How majestic! Yan Qiji and Kong Jinrong's expressions were complicated. Gao Tingshu snorted coldly, scaring Liang Jinrong into coughing heavily, afraid that the people of Beiliang Palace would hear. In Liang, there had always been a saying that the local officials were 3 feet lower than the officials of the capital. This meant that the prestige of the officials of the capital was naturally 3 ranks higher than that of the local officials. Now, there was no need to mention the officials of the Ministry of Personnel who were arrogant towards the officials of the capital. Although the Ministry of War, which had lost its backbone, was beginning to be overshadowed by the Ministry of Personnel led by the new, heavenly official, of Liang, Yin Mao Chun, its prestige was still there. Liang Jinrong was the chief official in charge of all the political plans in the world and a proud scholar. Therefore, when he led the way through the side gate of Beiliang Palace, he had the air of a capital official that swayed his sleeves as he walked. Even the steward of the king's mansion could not help but take a few more glances. The king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, did not appear from the beginning to the end. It was the deputy of Beiliang's Ministry of Economy, Song Dongming, who came out to greet the guests. He said that the king of Beiliang was in charge of military affairs at the border and could not leave. Liang Jinrong and the other old foxes could not wait for the son of a butcher to ignore them. They said a bunch of flowery words that did not cost any money and praised the king of Beiliang for being so busy every day that he even had to go to the front lines to guard the northwestern border for the imperial court. Song Dongming, the self-appointed deputy of Beiliang's Ministry of Economy, smiled and accepted everything on behalf of the king of Beiliang. It was probably because the deputy had the aura of a famous scholar from the Central Plains that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Liang Jinrong and the others immediately felt a lot better. They also felt that it was a pity that Song Dongming was a bright pearl covered in dust. If he went to the imperial court in the capital and stood side by side with the officials of the imperial court, that would be a sight to behold. After Song Dongming held a welcoming dinner for the officials from the Ministry of War, unexpectedly he did not have any intention of fooling around. As soon as he put down the chopsticks on the table, he stood up and led everyone to his office on the mountainside of Mount Qingliang to take a seat. He took the initiative to talk about the Northern Liangdao military officer's appointment and the border army's promotion and change, including the sensitive and important military affairs. Observing politics from the Ministry of War was a bit like patrolling on behalf of the heavens, but Liang Shihu dared to think this way when he went to Jizhou. How could he dare to be so arrogant in Northern Liangdao? He had originally thought that they would be lucky if they could eat a few meals and drink a few pots of green ant wine. He had even prepared himself to be ignored. The elders, including Liang Zhenrong, insisted on only listening and not speaking. However, Gao Tingshu was not so particular. He asked many times about the distribution of troops in Beiliang and the specific military affairs at the border. Song Dongming did not show any displeasure and always found some excuse to skip the questions. Liang Zhenrong was originally happy that Gao Tingshu was the first to stick his head out. If he could really find out the truth, it would be a great contribution. However, after the young manager kept asking, Song Dongming narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to drink his tea. Liang Zhenrong could no longer sit still. He glanced at the door in fear, afraid that if the deputy threw his cup, 500 executioners would rush out and push them to the ground, chop them up, and feed them to the dogs. Liang Zhenrong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He said that he had heard that the scenery of the Tidehark Lake was the best in the world and wanted to bring his colleagues to see it for themselves. Song Dongming did not stand up this time. He only smiled and let his subordinates lead the officials to Tidehark Lake. Song Dongming then went to the top of the mountain alone. He looked at Su Fengnian, who was travel-worn, and asked, "Since you're back, why don't you talk about the old days?" Su Fengnian shook his head. He looked at Tidehark Lake and said, "Sir Song, come with me to the back of the mountain. Let's go together and engrave the 296 names on the tombstone." Song Dongming nodded. The deputy of the administrator, who was walking with Su Fengnian to the back of the mountain, was obviously angry for a long time. Finally, he could not hold back his anger and said, "What a good saying. But what about the 296 people in Beiliang?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "Beiliang will remember it." Chapter 1352. Behind the mountain was a forest of steels. Stone steels were everywhere, and there were even more under construction. Most of them were still wordless, but there were already several hundred stone steels in the periphery that already had owners. They were all made from calligraphy pills, and they were all from the dragon elephant cavalry who had died in the battle in Liuzhou at the end of the auspicious year. There was an ancient saying that one would be thin if they used ink, and fat if they obtained vermilion. Therefore, calligraphy pills were best made with strength and hard bones. The people who had drawn these stone steels were two renowned Beiliang calligraphers. Because Mi Chang and Peng Henian lived in the north and south of Liangshan, there was a saying that, the south's muscle and the north's bone. Because of the conflict between the north and south, the two old calligraphers put on a stance that they would never interact with each other. Moreover, when great General Su Shao was still alive, they did not think much of Beiliang's military and political affairs. However, when the Beiliang palace announced that they were going to erect 300,000 stone steels, Mi Chang was the first to go to Mount Qingliang. He asked a few questions, and after getting the answers, he stayed there and then wrote a letter to Peng Henian. The general idea was, "Grandson Peng, do you dare to come face to face with your grandfather?" Afterwards, Peng Henian took the set of 4 treasures of the study that he regarded as his life and ran to the back of Mount Qingliang. He and Mi Chang built a hut and lived next to each other. The two old enemies actually became neighbors. Then, in the midst of the two old men sparring, or more accurately, quarreling with each other, the deputy administrator Song Dongming personally gave them a list. On the list were names and 2 simple things, when and where they were born, and when and where they died. At the beginning of the calligraphy pill, the two old men still had the intention of competing. Later, when Mi Chang wrote a name, he suddenly burst into tears. Lu Hongyi, a young man from Chunshui County in Lingzhou. When he was young, he relied on his family background and was unbearably naughty. This old man even scolded him for wasting that name. This child was only 21 years old, how could he die just like that? After that, Mi Chang Penghenian became more and more silent. Other than communicating with the stonemasons who were responsible for carving the words on the back of the book, he did not like to talk much. Today, when the Mi and Peng elders heard that someone had arrived at the steel forest, their hearts tightened. With complicated feelings, they took their luggage and ran over to take a look. To their surprise, it was the king of Bailiang who had come in person. The two elders were not used to bowing to anyone, so their actions were very unfamiliar. Su Fengmian hurriedly helped the two elders up, but did not exchange any pleasantries. After a moment of hesitation, he divided the pile of paper into 4 portions, one for him and one for Song Dongming, and the other half for Mi and Peng, the 2 calligraphy grandmasters. The 4 silently began to write on the steel. Behind the 4 of them, there were 2 to 3 skilled craftsmen who had already prepared the tools and were waiting for the carving. In the evening, the sound of metal and stone clanging could be heard. Su Fengmian and Song Dongming finished half an hour earlier than the 2 old men. By the time they finished the last batch of rice, it was already dark. They didn't even have time to wipe their hands full of red rice. The old man walked to Su Fengmian's side with a tired look and asked in a deep voice, "Why are there wars everywhere in the hinterland of Yuzhou?" Su Fengmian said softly, "The spies of Beimang have infiltrated and are wantonly assassinating the officials of Yuzhou." Mi Chang directly pointed at Su Fengmian's nose, jumping up and down as he cursed. "Back then, when your father was still alive, Northern Mang also had assassins ambushing us. How could they have been stopped outside the pass? How did you become the king of Bailiang? Aren't you the best ace in the world, Su Fengmian? Do you only know how to stare all day long? You watch people die in front of your eyes, and then you collect their corpses and pretend to write a few names?" Song Dongming was about to speak when Su Fengmian, wearing a thick fur coat, waved his hand and stopped the deputy administrator's explanation. He looked at the old man and said apologetically, "I didn't do a good job." Peng Henian's personality was not as impatient as Mi Chang's, but he was still angry. However, he still pulled on the latter's sleeve. When Su Fengmian had walked far away, the gloomy-faced Mi Chang spat heavily at the back of the figure. He threw the priceless green crab shell inkstone in his hand onto the ground and said, "I'm not writing anymore. I'm not staying in Bailiang anymore. I'm going to Jiangnan. I'll write the word Su Fengmian is a bastard for as long as I can live in this life." Not long after, Song Dongming turned back and saw Mi Chang standing in the same place with his eyes closed. Peng Henian squatted on the ground and sighed. Neither of them picked up the inkstone. Song Dongming bent down to pick up the inkstone. He was not in a hurry to return it to its owner. He looked at the top of Mount Qingliang and said in a low voice, "The 2 of you probably haven't heard of Beimang's sword aura is close to Huangqing and who the founder of the chess and sword music school's bronze statue is. Neither of you have seen a real dragon. In fact, I, Song Dongming, have never seen one. But I know 2 things. First, Huangqing died in Liuzhou. The real dragon raised by Beimang is also gone. Along with it, hundreds of qi cultivators hiding in Beimang's Shijing are also dead. The second thing is that there are 2 tombstones here. They are almost engraved with 2 names. Coincidentally, both of them have the surnames Su, Su Longxiang, and Su Fengmian." Song Dongming turned around and returned the ancient inkstone to Mi Chang. He smiled calmly and said, "If Beimang is really gone one day, Su Fengmian will definitely be included on the tombstone. Of course, I, Song Dongming, am an outsider. At that time, I hope that old me will be willing to write it." After saying that, Song Dongming slowly left. Peng Henian deliberately did not look at Mi Chang, whose face was flushed red. He counted with his fingers and seemed to be talking to himself. "Su Fengmian is a bastard. That's not right, old me. You calculated wrongly. It's 9 words, not 8 words like you said." Mi Chang carefully kept the ancient inkstone. He rolled his eyes and said, "Mi Chang is a bastard, okay? It's exactly 8 words." Peng Henian laughed out loud and said, "Sure, why not? Isn't your birthday in a few days? I'll write a piece of calligraphy for you. How about that?" Mi Chang did not care about being polite. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Right your head." Chapter 1353. After that, the two old men did not immediately leave the steel forest. Like last time, they carefully examined the stonemason's carving to prevent any mistakes. Generally speaking, even for the book core, because the stonemasons who carved the book core were often very different in terms of calligraphy, there was often a situation where the book core was out of shape. Although Mi Chang and Peng Henian did not ask for too much, they still wanted to make it perfect. Perhaps the two old men felt that this was the only thing they could do well. However, the stonemasons' carving skills were satisfactory. Although they were not as good as the original, they were enough to express 50 to 60% of the original book core's charm. The stonemasons' meticulous carving was naturally much slower than their writing. Mi Chang carried a lantern and checked the steels one by one. Suddenly, he heard Peng Henian anxiously calling him over. Mi Chang thought that one of the stonemasons had made a mistake and ran over to take a look. He did not expect that Peng Henian was standing in front of a row of steels. There was no stonemasons working in front of the steels. He only saw old man Peng squatting in front of a steel with a lantern. He could not wait to stick his eyes on the steel as if he had discovered the book core. Mi Chang went over to take a look. It was the king of Bailiang Su Fengnian's book core. At first glance, the meaning was not ordinary. However, in Mi Chang's opinion, although it was indeed superior, it was still far from being a celestial item. It was far from enough to make Peng Henian make a fuss. Peng Henian did not turn around. He stretched out his hand and touched the carving. Soon, he staggered backward and fell to the ground. His eyes were closed and tears flowed out of his eyes. He threw the lantern away and covered his face with his hands. His expression was extremely painful. He pointed at the steel and shouted, "Old me, come closer and look with your eyes wide open. But remember, don't look for too long. Remember." Mi Chang raised the lantern and looked carefully. He only felt a sharp chill in his face, making him feel as if he was in an abyss. Obviously, this was not because of the Su Fengnian's book core, but because of the finishing touch of the carving master. Mi Chang's eyes soon stung. He closed his eyes and shook his head hard. He murmured, "The beginning and the end are decisive, like the kundo cutting jade. How could this be carved by the best stonemason in the world in such a short period of time? This is truly a work of the gods." Peng Henian sat on the ground and rubbed his eyes. He sighed. Someone wrote it with their fingers. That's the only explanation. Mi Qian said incredulously, "Most martial arts grandmasters can make swords with their fingers, but there is no one in this world who can write such charm." Peng Henian smiled bitterly. Could it be a ghost? Mi Qiong stood up and looked at the night sky with the lantern in his hand. "I didn't believe in ghosts and gods before, but now I hope that ghosts and gods really do exist in this world and can bless us, Bailiang, and defeat Bei Mang." Peng Henian slapped his head. "Hurry and have someone tell His Highness about this. Don't complicate things." Su Fengnian quickly rushed over. Beside him were a man and a woman who carried the lantern. There was a great difference in age between them. One was Mi Fengjie, the master of the heavy sword cave, whose realm was still steadily rising. The other was Fan Shaochai, a loyalist of the northern Han nobility. The former had been guarding Huangfu Jin during the Battle of the Spies in Yuzhou and had not accomplished anything. However, Fan Shaochai had killed Cui Wazi, the Taoist priest of the Taoist sect, on a clock tower in Chang'an City. By the time the spies from Wutong'an and Fushui went up to clean up the mess, the scene they saw was truly tragic. Minced meat was everywhere, and the walls were stained with blood. At the time, they saw Fan Shaochai sitting on the balcony railing, fiddling with the flybrush that had been left behind by a Xian finger expert. She did not seem like a powerful top-notch assassin, but rather like an innocent young girl. Su Fengnian squatted in front of a monolith. Beside him was a middle-aged man who was also the leader of Bailiang Palace's guards. The latter was apprehensive as he reported, "We've found it. This stonemason is called Wu Jiang. He should be using an alias. He has been a third-rank servant for 16 years and 4 months. His nickname is Old Ginger, because the old man likes to eat ginger, regardless of whether he eats or drinks. Last year, when the Monolith Forest was recruiting craftsmen, Wu Jiang was transferred here from the prince's estate. His Highness, this subordinate was incompetent and did not recognize him well. Please punish me. Su Fengnian shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. There is no need to blame yourself. Su Fengnian slowly stood up. He turned to Mi Fengjie and asked, "How is it?" Mi Fengjie said in a low voice, "I only saw a word and a sword." The sword aura was unstoppable. Su Fengnian smiled. Wu Jiang, Wu Jiang. Wu, Jiang, Jiang family, is to chew without boundaries. Su Fengnian said softly, "This person has no ill intentions. You don't have to investigate this matter." Su Fengnian returned to Mount Qingliang and walked towards the mausoleum. His parents were sleeping there. After Su Zhao's death, Su Fengnian built a cenotaph for his master, Li Yishan. Su Fengnian walked into the mausoleum path alone and remembered many things. His master said that the words on tombstones were the saddest in the world because the epitaphs were all written by the living in the world of the living to the dead in the world of the dead. The deeper the feelings of the person who wrote it, the harder it was to write it, the more godly it was. According to his will, Li Yishan's ashes were scattered on the yellow sand of the northwest border. Originally, his master did not want a grave, but Su Fengnian still made a cenotaph on his own initiative. He did not write an epitaph, just like the monument forest behind Mount Qingliang. He only wrote his name and the time and place of his death. He believed that his master's spirit in heaven would not be too angry about this. Su Fengnian felt that Huang Longsher was dead. It was a strange feeling, but he did not doubt it. The three great devils of spring and autumn, Cat Man Han Xingxian, died in Su Fengnian's hands. Butcher Su Xiao was gone, and 3-inch tongue chaotic spring and autumn's Huang Longshan was also gone. The three were no longer in this world. Huang Longsher occupied the top 3 of the 13 ranks of spring and autumn. He boasted that he was first in 19 Dao, first in cursive script, and first in divination of yin and yang. Sword armor Li Chungang died. Soldier armor West Chu's war Saint Yi Baikue died in the battle of the Western Fortress, which made Chen Jibao. The peerless sage Ya, the Empress of Chu, had also passed away. Zither armor, the blind zither player of the old southern Tang, drowned in the river with his zither after the fall of the country. Western Shu painting armor Zhou Yueying, before he died, he painted a long scroll of Shu's mountains and rivers. He lay on the scroll and died drunk. Earth armor Siddhi Shens, proficient in geomancy, looking for qi, pulse, and acupoints. After Li Yang unified the world, he was secretly sentenced to death. Dharma armor Sun Ping, cooked and eaten by the people. Daoist armor Qi Xuanjin died on the demon-slaying platform. Monk Shijia dragon tree died outside the Daoed sect in Beimang. Out of the 13 ranks of spring and autumn, 12 of them had already passed away. Only one unimportant Dao armor was left. It was likely that he had also died in obscurity due to the general trend of the world. In fact, ever since Gu Jiantang became recognized as the world's #1 saber master, this Dao armor, who had only appeared briefly in Jianghu and whose name was unknown, was mentioned less than Li Chungang, who had stayed under the Tide Listening Pavilion. When Li Chungang returned to being a sword immortal in the great snow plains of Mount Hui, he could not be compared at all. On a night in early spring, snowflakes floated down from the sky. The snowflakes seemed to be getting more and more intense. Su Fengnian could not help but stop and raise his head to catch the snowflakes. For some reason, Su Fengnian thought of White Fox's face and his or her 2 sabers, spring thunder embroidered winter. Su Fengnian still did not know who White Fox's face was. Was it really called Nangong Push? Why did she come to Bailiang? Why did she insist on entering the Tide Listening Pavilion? Su Fengnian would leave for Yuzhou the next morning. The reason he did not meet Yan Qiji and Kong Zhenrong was not because he had a problem with them, but for their own good. But even if he was misunderstood, even if he did not meet them, Su Fengnian still rushed back to Mount Qingliang. This was what brothers were like. Su Fengnian only recognized 4 brothers in his life, Li Hanlin, Yan Qiji, Kong Wuqi, and Wen Hua. Suddenly, Su Fengnian, who was walking slowly in the wind and snow, saw a strange figure standing in front of the two tombstones with his back to him. This scene did not make sense, nor did it make sense. The Bailiang Palace of today could be said to be heavily guarded, compared to the situation in which His Royal Highness had deliberately created a loose exterior and a tight interior in order to fish. Not to mention entering the forbidden area of the mausoleum. The figure turned around and said flatly, "Return on a snowy night." Chapter 1354. Su Fengnian did not know who the person on the stele was referring to, but with his excellent memory, he recognized the old man's identity at a glance. It was the old servant of Mount Qingliang who had temporarily become a stonemason, Wu Jiang, who loved eating ginger. When they first met, the old man was standing among the group of stonemasons. His figure was stooped, his face weathered, and he was not eye-catching. If Su Fengnian had not fallen so much, he might have been able to see some clues at that time. Su Fengnian did not retreat, but instead advanced slowly. Only then did he realize that the old man, who had straightened his back and did not pretend to shrink back, had an excellent bearing. He actually had the powerful aura of an elder in the palace hall. In Su Fengnian's impression, the older generation of masters who were pure Jianghu people, except for Han Xingxian and Sui Xiagu, were easily intimidating. At first glance, old Huang, the old man in the sheepskin coat, and the old Jinren of Mount Longhu, Zhao Shituan, were not even close to the high and mighty masters of the martial arts. This confirmed Su Fengnian's previous guess. Even if the old man, who used the pseudonym of Wu Jiang, was not the West Chu dynasty's master of calligraphy, Qi Lianhua, who was known as the second of the millennium ranking, he was still closely related to the master of calligraphy. It was not difficult for a person to hide one's inadequacies, but it was not easy to hide one's inadequacies in calligraphy. Qi Lianhua, who was born in a powerful family, was recognized as a master of calligraphy with extraordinary talent. However, in the Dechu dynasty, he was only an official in the Hanlin Academy. He only did small things like helping the emperor surnamed Jiang write articles on titles and inscriptions on steles. He edited half of the history books of the previous dynasty that died without any illness. Therefore, at that time, he was also nicknamed Qi Lianhua and Tianhua Lang. The latter implied that Qi Lianhua could only add flowers to brocade and not provide timely help. After the fall of West Chu, the Qi family of Guangling declined. Qi Lianhua's whereabouts were also unknown. Qi Lianhua was originally the West Chu's book armor, who was known for his semi-cursive script. As soon as his Warring State Style was published, it was praised as the world's second semi-cursive script. Later, Nailan Yusi, who was appointed by the Liang government as the double champion of spring and autumn calligraphy, had the world's first semi-cursive script, Xinguan style, to compete with him. However, the people of the world were not willing to accept this saying. They did not recognize Nailan Yusi as the double champion, and only recognized that Qi Lianhua's calligraphy attainment was close to that of the ancient sages. However, as for the spring and autumn book armor, it belonged to none other than Huang Longshi, who was known as the unrivaled champion in cursive script. Later on, Liang impatiently pushed out this old man of the Song family as the first champion of literature, but he was also sneered at by the people of the time. It was fine if this old man of the Song family was content to be the head of the literary world as a lackey of the Zhao family of Liang. However, with the Shangyin Academy's chancellor Qi Yang Longzhu in front of him, how could he be the first champion of literature for the spring and autumn book armor? The Liang imperial court was not satisfied. Although there was no first champion of literature, there was no second champion of martial arts. Therefore, they wanted to push Wang Xianji of the martial arts city as the first champion of literature. However, they were directly rejected by the self-proclaimed second in the world old monster Wang. As a result, there were many dazzling versions of the spring and autumn book armor. Among them, there was a certain number champion of the Taoist surnamed Zhao from Mount Longhu. However, the most widely circulated and most convincing version was still the earliest version. Although many people missed out on the spring and autumn book armor, no matter what, as long as they were nominated by others, they were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men. Su Fengnian's master, Li Shan, praised Qi Lianhua's calligraphy skills to the extreme. He said that the running script was worthy of being called the best in both ancient and modern times. Therefore, Su Fengnian was naturally implicated. When he practiced running script in his youth, he always copied the few authentic Qi pads that had been handed down for generations. He didn't know how many times he had scolded Qi Lianhua. Su Fengnian was very curious. If the old man in front of him was really Qi Lianhua, how did he become a West Chu loyalist who had slipped through the net of Mount Qingliang? In order to make the Beiliang Palace, which was full of experts, misjudge him, it was not enough to rely on mere forbearance. It was necessary to have the support of terrifying strength. Su Fengnian was not surprised by the old man's hiding in the Su family. Jiang Ni was the only bloodline of the West Chu imperial family. Naturally, the West Chu scholars, who had been raised by the country for 200 years, would not be able to repay the kindness of the king even if they did not die. However, what really made Su Fengnian apprehensive was that the fact that the fallen princess Jiang Si had been brought back to Beiliang by Su Shao was a huge secret. Otherwise, Chao Chongqing would not have secretly investigated the Liang court for so many years without any results. How did the old man in front of him know about this? Su Fengnian did not immediately retreat from this mausoleum. Instead, he looked into the eyes of a remnant of the old Chu. This was actually a very big risk. Although Su Shao had taken the liberty of leaving behind a precious, remnant evil, surnamed Jiang for West Chu, after all, Su Shao had personally taken down the western fortress. He had also personally led the troops to break down the main gate of West Chu's imperial palace. The emperor and empress had died right in front of Su Zhao's eyes. It could be said that Su Zhao's feelings toward West Chu could only be described as personal gratitude and national hatred. Moreover, the current Guangling road was filled with smoke, and the battle in Liang was not going well. In the eyes of the common people, even if the Beiliang cavalry could not withstand the invasion of Beimang's million-strong army to the south, it was definitely more than enough for them to retreat out of the barren northwest and run to the central plains to clean up the West Chu rebel army. At present, from top to bottom, many people felt that this was undoubtedly the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian's choice of retreat. Leaving Liang would not result in the loss of a single soldier, and Beiliang would also have enough military merit to arrange a retreat for its generals. Everyone was happy. As for the 300,000 border troops, at worst, they could just disband them. In any case, the Great Pillar State Gu Jintang's two Liao border troops could absorb more than 100,000 soldiers in one go. For this reason, the imperial court of West Chu paid close attention to the Beiliang frontier army's movements, especially Su Fengnian's. They were afraid that the young vassal king would one day lose his mind and lead his army all the way to the central plains, using the Dechu as a proof of allegiance to the new ruler of Liang. At this moment, the only experts at Su Fengnian's side that could act were Mei Fengjie and Fan Shaochai, and they were both outside the mausoleum, forbidden from entering the forbidden grounds. The Sword-Eater ancestor, Sui Xiegu, and the Wu clan's 100 cavalry were on the northern front of Liangzhou, in case Beimang tried to assassinate Chu Lushan in the Beiliang Protectorate, regardless of the cost. Su Yanbing was still single-handedly pursuing that group of top-notch Beimang experts that had infiltrated Yuzhou. Tantai Pingjing and the disciples of the Guanyin sect were also working with Su Yanbing, determined to keep that little idea and the great Yu house in Yuzhou. In the past, where in the world would Su Fengnian not be able to go? The old man carefully sized up this somewhat absent-minded young man, a complicated look in his eyes. Perhaps his very existence made the surrounding atmosphere a little more hostile, but for some reason, the old man in his twilight years did not seem to harbor any hostility. Su Fengnian's peak cultivation was no longer present, but his sharp intuition was still present. As a result, when Mei Fengjie and Fan Shaochai realized that something had happened in the mausoleum and rushed into the garden, Su Fengnian only raised his hand, indicating for them to withdraw. Mei Fengjie silently left. Fan Shaochai hesitated for a moment, then continued to stand in the distance. Su Fengnian also did not make a fuss about this female sacrificial warrior's overstepping her bounds. Chapter 1355. The plainly dressed old man put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Su Shao has never done anything that I like in his life, but he did give birth to a good son. Hearing these incredibly disrespectful words, Su Fengnian couldn't help but furrow his brows. However, he quickly felt relieved. The older generation of scholars had always paid attention to strength of character. Otherwise, how could they have the confidence to rule the world together with the emperor? Besides, it was very likely that this person was a lone official of West Chu who had concealed his identity. It was reasonable for him to have a monstrous grudge against Bailiang and Su Shao. Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "May I ask if you are the master of calligraphy of West Chu?" The old man's expression was somewhat strange. He neither denied nor admitted it. He just stared straight at Su Fengnian. If Su Fengnian, who resembled Wu Su in appearance, was a handsome young master in the eyes of the women of the world, then one could vaguely see that the old man in his prime had a graceful bearing when he was young. At the very least, he could be called an old jade tree. Su Fengnian felt somewhat uncomfortable being sized up. When people looked at him in Bailiang, they mostly looked at him with disdain as His Royal Highness wasted his good looks. Later, in Tian City, they looked at him with disdain as the son of a butcher. After the results of his battle with Wang Xianji came to light, there was a great change. Even Bailiang border generals, such as Li Mofen and Wang Lingbao, who were known for their arrogance, had a heartfelt reverence and admiration in their eyes. Only the old man in front of him had a strange look in his eyes. The old man said softly, "Earlier, when I saw your calligraphy on the steel, I could see that you had put in a lot of hard work. You have to thank Li Yishan for being able to bravely advance on the martial path since you started practicing the blade in Wudong. Practicing calligraphy and playing chess are two different things. Once you reach a certain level, you can learn everything. Although not every master of calligraphy or chess can become a capable official of the world, or a grandmaster of the martial path like Li Mi's disciple, it is very beneficial to the molding of a person's temperament." After the hot-tempered Su Shao became a vassal, his temperament changed greatly. This has a lot to do with the fact that he learned chess in his later years. Su Fengnian did not say anything. When Su Shao made his fortune in Liaodong's Jinzhou, he was just an illiterate wanderer. It could be said that Su Fengnian's ancestors had nothing to do with any scholarly family or farming family. After Su Shao came to Bailiang, he became a terrible chess player. It was not without reason that he could play to his heart's content with his second sister Su Weishang's master, Chancellor Wang. At first, it was because Su Fengnian's mother wanted Su Shao to play more chess to temper his hot-tempered temperament. When he was old, it was time for him to cultivate his temperament. At first, Su Shao always slacked off and escaped whenever he could. Over time, the princess consort did not say much. Later, Su Fengnian fell in love with playing chess. Probably after the princess consort passed away, the relationship between Su Fengnian, the eldest legitimate son, and Su Shao became strained. Su Shao probably wanted to spend more time with his son and finally began to seriously learn chess. However, His Royal Highness quickly widened the gap between him and Su Fengnian. After that, Su Fengnian and Li Yishan did not like playing chess with Su Shao. No matter how hard they played chess, they could always defeat Su Shao. Even if Su Shao wanted to humiliate himself, it depended on whether the master and disciple, who were the only people in the world who could not give him face, were in the mood. Su Weishang had always been able to patiently play chess with Su Shao. However, perhaps in the heart of Su Shao, who had never concealed his preference for boys, it was more interesting to play chess with his son. Even if Su Fengnian killed all the chess pieces on the chessboard and left only a few pieces, the old Prince Liang, who had won many battles, and the lame Su, who was recognized as the most ambitious person in the Liang dynasty, would also feel very happy. His peerless achievement in pacifying the spring and autumn period allowed Su Shao to be on equal footing with the late Emperor Zhao Dun's father when they met. In the future, when he attended court, he would be able to carry a sword into the palace. However, in Mount Qingliang, many scenes always made people, especially outsiders, feel that it was absurd. Su Shao was being chased in Wutangen, and the one sitting at the head of the table at the prince's manor banquet was the young heir. Not to mention the families of nobles, marquises, generals, and ministers. Even if it was a small family, the father should not spoil his son so much, and the son should not be so disobedient. In the end, Liang dynasty found an unassailable reason to attack Bailiang. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. Su Fengnian shook his head gently, forcing himself to focus. Although the old man in front of him did not reveal any murderous intent, he was still a first-class hidden master. The great battle of Liang Mang was on the verge of breaking out. If he were to die here, the place of his death would still be passable, but the timing would be completely wrong. Other things aside, at least a few 100,000 northern Mang people would be spared from death. The old man smiled and asked, "Do you think I am Qi Lianhua from West Chu?" Su Fengnian nodded. The old man slowly stretched out a palm. "When you pick up the brush, you must concentrate, just like the sages of the previous dynasty when hundreds of people sat at the same table. Your heart is righteous and your qi is harmonious. Only then can you understand the mystery and be close to the great way. The way is like the heavy weapons of a national temple. If it is empty, it will be full. If it is full, it will be overturned. If it is only in the middle, it will be flat." The old man's hand gesture changed. The ancient people's wrists were haunted by ghosts. When they wrote, it was as if they were assisted by the gods. Therefore, if the tip is straight, it will be full of power. If the second is heavy, it will be the real finger. If the real finger is flat, it will be flat. If the palm is empty again, it will be used as one wishes. Together, the scholar's calligraphy is also. De Chu has nurtured its soldiers for 200 years. The country has been destroyed for 20 years. There is still a morale that cannot be disgraced. For the ring, it will be melancholy. For the wave, it will be limp. When the brush is sent out, the proud Su will come out. As the old man spoke, wind and thunder filled the garden. Outside the mausoleum, Mi Fengjie's face was pale. The sword in the case on his back was trembling incessantly, as if it had been struck by lightning. In the garden, Fan Xiaochai's face was pale. She was on the verge of collapse, but she still gritted her teeth and stubbornly refused to take a step back. This old man's palm slowly turned over. It seemed like he was just picking up the brush and slowly sketching. It was like a pedantic old man teaching the children of a private school how to write stroke by stroke. However, in Su Fengnian's eyes, it was a perilous situation. It even reminded him of the time outside the Great Hall in Tai and City, when Gu Jiantang had used the world's #1 talisman blade, Nanhua, and used the Thunder Cube to return the courtesy of Chao Chongqing. The two were different paths leading to the same destination. They both had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, reaching the realm of perfection. The wind and snow drifted. Su Fengnian's expression was heavy. Previously, he and the sword grandmaster Mi Fengjie had both believed that the remnants on the stone tablet were sword qi drawn by fingers. Now, it seemed like they were off by a hair. This old man used a blade. Su Fengnian did not look at the chaotic wind and snow that seemed to have been cut by blades. He asked, "So old Sir Qi is the blade armor of the 13 armors of spring and autumn?" The old man did not answer the question. Instead, he bent his 5 fingers slightly and made a closing gesture. He asked in return, "Is it a joint plan?" Su Fengnian, who was standing in a circle with not a single snowflake in a radius of several zhang around him, helplessly replied, "It is the character for Yin." The old man withdrew his hand and sighed, "Yes, the character for Yin." Su Fengnian. The wind and snow in the garden finally returned to normal. Snowflakes rustled and fell on Su Fengnian's head and shoulders. Chapter 1356. The old man who should be West Chu's sage of calligraphy, Qi Lianhua, laughed self-deprecatingly. Spring and autumn saber armor? Saber and brush officials, saber and brush officials. Saber and armor it is. For thousands of years, the world had always been proud of practicing the sword. Not to mention paladins, even scholars from all over the country often carried swords when they traveled to study, to show their spirit. In the competition for the head of 100 weapons, sabers were always inferior to swords. In terms of numbers, sabers did not lose to famous swords. Moreover, most of them were legendary in Jianghu. For example, the big frost saber in the hands of Su Fengnian's disciple, the stories of its previous owners could be said to be soul-stirring. However, ever since Lu Zhu became famous for beheading people with flying swords, the way of the sword became the most outstanding branch in Jianghu, while the reputation of the saber man became worse and worse. There had never been a master who used the saber to reach the top of the way of the martial arts. In the last 100 years, there were sword armor Li Chungang and peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. Although they both lost to Wang Xianji, no one could deny that these two champions of the way of the sword were outstanding. On the other hand, the number one saber user, Gu Jiantang, had never been ranked high on the list of martial artists. His reputation in Jianghu was also mediocre. No one had ever heard of anyone practicing the saber because they admired Great General Gu's kung fu. There were some who picked up the saber because they envied Great General Gu's military achievements, but the world's men, even the devil Han Diaosi, said before his death that he had once thought of roaming Jianghu in green with a sword, let alone other young men. How many women had heard of Li Chungang's name and could not forget him? Even Su Fengnian himself, who pretended to be a young swordsman in Beiliang before he practiced the saber in order to deceive women, wished that he could hang famous swords all over his body. The sage of calligrapher, Qi Lianhua, was actually the saber and armor that only Jianghu caught a glimpse of. This truth was really moving, and even more so, it made people envious of West Chu's flourishing scene in those days. It was indeed worthy of being the orthodox literary lineage of the Central Plains. There was Li Chungang wielding his sword across the great river of Guangling, there was a literary hero who distributed small boats and drank wine, there was 100 poems, there was a woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city or a state. There was also the state preceptor Li Mi and the proud master and disciple of the Chao family working together to stop a game of chess when the snow began. It was no wonder that some people said that the destruction of West Chu was not the fault of the emperor, the scholars, and the common people. If they wanted to hate, they could only hate that the heavenly time was in Liang and not Jiangchu. The old man waved his hand at Su Fengnian. The old man was the first to crouch down. Looking at the tombstone of Princess Consort Wu Su, his attitude was no longer as spirited as before. There was only the bleakness and desolation of the most ordinary lonely old man in the world. In a low voice, he murmured, "What does Su Shao count for? He's just a crude martial artist. It's fine if he marries a woman of passable beauty." Su Fengnian was furious. He laughed coldly and said, "Old sir, do you really think that if you and I fight to the death, Su Fengnian will definitely lose?" Qi Lianhua dismissed it with a smile and asked, "You haven't gone to your hometown in Jinzhou to pay respects to your ancestors, have you?" Su Fengnian didn't answer. In reality, it wasn't just him. Su Shao hadn't gone to Jinzhou since he was made empress. Su Fengnian's grandfather had passed away very early. At the time, Su Shao had just left Liaodong and was fighting fiercely with the powers of the vassal towns in the south of Liang. After Su Fengnian was born, he had never seen his grandparents. Su Shao was the only child, so he didn't have any relatives from the Su family. In the early years, some distant relatives from Jinzhou had run to Beiliang to claim kinship with Su Shao. Su Shao, who had been looked down upon in his youth, could be considered extremely benevolent and gave them a share of wealth and glory. As for the elders on his mother's side, Wang Fei Wu Su almost never mentioned them. When Su Fengnian was young, he would occasionally hear his mother mention that his maternal grandmother was a good person who got along well with others. It was a pity that she had passed away early. As for who his maternal grandfather was, his mother had never said a word. Su Shao also wasn't willing to say much. Only once, when he was drunk, did he angrily say that the old man had died a long time ago. Su Fengnian guessed that Su Shao must have been rejected outside the Wu family's sword tomb when he had asked for marriage. He had been beaten by his father-in-law with a sword until he pissed his pants. From then on, they had formed a grudge and never had any contact with each other again. Su Fengnian also had resentment towards that maternal grandfather. Later on, his aunt at Mount Qinqing always wore armor and covered her face. It was the Wu family who had made things difficult for his mother that caused his aunt, a sword attendant, to have her face cut beyond recognition by the sharp sword Qi. Although it wasn't his maternal grandfather who had done it, Su Fengnian felt that if that maternal grandfather had said a few words of justice and treated his mother's running away from home, the Wu family's sword tomb wouldn't have been so cruel and vicious. Especially after learning that his own uncle, Wu Qi, purposely met in Beimang but didn't acknowledge him. In the end, he went to Shishu to assist Chen Jibao. Su Fengnian really didn't have any good feelings towards relatives and elders with the surname Wu. Even though the current head of the Wu family, who he should have called great-grandfather, had taken the initiative to make up for it once on the Beiliang border, Su Fengnian couldn't help but feel a knot in his heart. The old man let out a long breath and said ruefully, "I once helped to Chu compile the history books of the previous dynasty and read them all. At the time, although my bladesmanship didn't have the name of a grandmaster, it had the strength of a grandmaster. However, when I was compiling the history books, I often felt terrified at night. There was no other reason than the 3 words people eat each other everywhere in the books. Although it is normal for the world to rise and fall, every time there is a turmoil, the suffering of the people is really unspeakable. On the road outside the outskirts, dawn and dusk are like sheep herding. The clamor of eating and choosing the fat part, the swift blade descends to strive for victory. What kind of tragic scene is this? The road is full of the dead, and the living are ghost neighbors. The common people of the world are half-wandering ghosts. This isn't a poet in troubled times moaning about nothing. I saw with my own eyes that at the end of the spring and autumn period, boys were sold for a few copper coins, and girls were only worth a handful of corn. Later on, some parents couldn't bear it and exchanged children for food with others. In the end, people in the world were no longer human, but worse than ghosts. How can I not hate Li Yang? How can I not hate Su Shao, who went all the way south to destroy cities and countries? In the old days, the nobility's house was a place where foxes and rabbits roamed. In fact, it wasn't just the nobility's house that was like this. Su Fengnian grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and held it in his palm. He couldn't help but interrupt the old man's speech. Su Shao said that a person should know their place. The first-class scholar Qi Jiping, the second-class scholar, can also complain for the common people. As a warrior who carries a blade, he only knows how to fight and only fight. If you give him a few thousand people, he will conquer a city. If tens of thousands of people, he will conquer a country. When he has hundreds of thousands of cavalry, what else can he fight if not the world? So later on, when so many people scolded him, he never talked back. He also didn't think that what he did was right. In the Beiliang army, the older generation like Yan Wenluan, Zhong Hongwu, He Zhonghu, and the younger generation like Chu Lushan, Li Mofen, and Chao Xiaojiao, which one of them isn't a notorious veteran ruffian in the eyes of the world? Su Fengnian's expression was firm as he said in a deep voice, but it can't be denied that if someone has to be the butcher who helps Li Yang unify the world, then Su Shao is definitely the best result. Qi Lianhua sighed. I really haven't thought about this. The old man, who was deep in thought, suddenly laughed. Huang Longshi has a poem that is widely circulated. The country is broken, the mountains and rivers are still there, the city is in spring and the trees are deep. This old man of the Song family in Liang commented that the word deep is not as good as the word life. If we use the word life, we can combine movement and stillness. The scholars of Li Yang's literary circle all applauded. What do you think? Su Fengnian said calmly, my second sister once said in Shangyin Academy that this old man of the Song family changed a dog's fart. Qi Lianhua asked, then aren't you curious about which family Su Weisheng is the daughter of? Su Fengnian was touched and couldn't hide his anger. It's none of your business. Qi Lianhua narrowed his eyes and smiled. Su Fengnian, oh Su Fengnian, you really are similar to your father, Su Shao. Su Fengnian took a deep breath. I respect Sir's loyalty to West Shu and your many years of hiding in Beiliang Palace to protect the fallen Princess Jiang and I. But Sir shouldn't think that you can really do whatever you want in the Su family. The old man didn't think much of it and sneered. Oh. At some point, the two of them were standing in a position where Qi Lianhua's back was facing the entrance of the mausoleum and Su Fengnian's back was facing the 2 tombstones. Then, the two of them took a step forward at almost the same time, but the back of their feet was stepped on by the other's other foot. Su Fengnian used his 2 fingers as a sword and stabbed the old man between his eyebrows. The old man raised his palm and slapped Su Fengnian's chest. The old man's body spun like a top. At the same time he removed the finger sword, his large sleeves fluttered, stirring up a snowstorm and creating the scene of an earth dragon drinking water. Su Fengnian was pushed to the tombstone by the palm strike. He stuck one hand to the back of the tombstone and pushed lightly, borrowing the force to charge forward. Su Fengnian, who was in the air, kept his 2 fingers together and swiped them across the top of the old man's head. Boundless sword chi immediately poured down from the sky. The old man sneered. His footwork was completely different from the martial artists of the world. His 2 feet were slightly tilted inward, one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist. He stepped forward in a straight line and avoided the sword chi. His fist just happened to land on Su Fengnian's stomach. The fist was as heavy as a drum. Borrowing the force from the rebound, his 5 fingers immediately loosened and he pushed out with his palm. Su Fengnian's body flew backwards, exploding with ear-piercing sounds like firecrackers in the snowy night. Qi Lianhua's fist, palm, and footwork were all very simple and straightforward. It was easy to associate him with the conceited Wang Xianji, who had once regarded himself as an enemy of the world. He was as fast as lightning and as powerful as a thunderclap. He only used his bare hands to face his enemies and disdained all the divine weapons in the world. Su Fengnian was actually not that heavily injured. He had only been pushed back by the old man's single move. His heart was in turmoil, and the qi in his body that was already in a mess became even more unrestrained, like adding oil to boiling water. This gave him a new understanding of the spring and autumn saber armor. He originally thought that Qi Lianhua was at most on the same level as Sui Xiagu, but it seemed that he was at least a little bit higher. If it was before the Zhan Long, in Liuzhou, Su Fengnian was confident that even if saber armor went all out and he was careless, he would not be in such a difficult situation. After Su Fengnian landed, a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. However, he did not wipe it away. He did not care, nor did it matter. Su Fengnian had experienced many life and death battles, and this was not the first time he had experienced them. The old man clicked his tongue and said, "With your current terrible situation, you would have at most used 3 moves to put your life on the line. Against a normal Vajra or mysterious finger expert, 3 moves would have been enough. Unfortunately, you met me." Su Fengnian calmly said, "There was no need for 3 moves. 1 move was enough." The old man asked, "Even if you die, you still want to protect the 2 tablets behind you? If you die, what's the point of the tablets? Aren't you, Su Fengnian, the king of Beiliang? Don't you know how to choose?" Chapter 1357. The old man was probably a true old man. He was rather talkative. At this moment, he was still advising him with kind words. "Kid, the world's beauties are like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even if it's a source of soldiers, there's still an endless supply of them. However, there are 2 things that are difficult to replenish. One is the heavy cavalry on the battlefield. One is missing, and it's very difficult to quickly replenish them. The other is the Jianghu experts. Every one of them needs talent, luck, and many years of training to become one. Especially you, Su Fengnian. You have to cherish your life. If you die..." The snow gradually grew heavier. Su Fengnian ignored the old man's nagging. He raised his hand. A snow knife appeared in his hand. However, the old man suddenly became sentimental. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. Beiliang, fighting a country with the power of 1 land. "If you die," the old man muttered to himself, his expression bleak. "I don't care at all whether Beiliang has a king of Beiliang or not. However, how can I, Qi Lianhua, not care whether Su Fengnian dies or not?" A hint of confusion appeared in Su Fengnian's eyes. After being struck by Qi Lianhua's fists and palms, the qi in his body actually showed signs of turning from bad to good after experiencing the initial violent tremors. It began to stabilize. The old man's face was filled with anger. He glared and said, "Kid, only now do you understand my good intentions? Su Fengnian was confused, but he still gripped his snow knife. He asked in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" The old man who had once said that he would return on a snowy night became even more angry. "Kid, aren't you a clever person? Why are you so stubborn?" Su Fengnian was also angry. He glared at him. Looking at the stubborn young man, the old man seemed to remember some things from the past. The stubborn old man who had been unyielding in this world all his life softened a little. His tone was gentle, and he said somewhat helplessly, "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to guess. Didn't I use the alias Wu Jiang?" Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't I already guess that you are Qi Lianhua and the spring and autumn saber armor?" The furious old man suddenly stomped his foot heavily. The wind and snow above the entire mausoleum froze. "Didn't Su Shao tell you that his father-in-law's surname isn't Wu? Even if that bastard Su Shao didn't mention it, didn't mention it to you either? Didn't I tell you that there was a swordsman surnamed Shi who fought in the Wu family's sword tomb for a woman of the Wu family and almost destroyed half of the sword mountain?" Su Fengnian turned around. His expression could not be seen clearly, and there was no change in his tone. "No. No." The old man was truly enraged. He pointed at Su Zhao's tombstone and cursed, "You barbarian from Jinzhou. Back then, in order to marry my daughter, you said that you wouldn't kneel to the heavens or the earth, but now you're kneeling to your father-in-law. You're just a small military officer with a few hundred people under your command, yet you dare to threaten me. If I don't agree, you'll definitely lead an army to wipe out Chu. I should have killed you with a single palm at that time." When the old man fell silent, there was only the sobbing of the wind and snow in the courtyard. The old man's eyes were kind, but his face was also full of guilt. He gazed at the back of the young man who was far more pleasing to the eye than Su Shao. He slowly said, "The first time I secretly saw you, it was when the Su family's armored cavalry was on their way to Beiliang. It was also a snowy night like this, in a small temple. You were punished by your mother to study all night. You held a book in your hands and sat on the knees of the Buddha statue in the main hall. Under the light of the Buddha statue's everlasting lamp, you read until dawn. Beside you, there were 4 clay statues of heavenly kings. They either carried sabers or swords, or their faces were ferocious. The light of the lantern was dim. Outside the hall, the wind and snow were like female ghosts weeping and complaining. Even an adult would be afraid, but a child like you was not afraid. I watched you from the beam for the whole night. I really liked you from the bottom of my heart. You really are my grandson." The old man's heart surged with a heroic spirit that came from his grandson. "I don't recognize Su Shao as my son-in-law, but I like you as my grandson. Even if Su didn't recognize me as her father, I still shamelessly came to Liangzhou. After Su died of illness, I changed my name and became a lowly servant. Who am I, Qi Lianhua? I can win and lose on the chessboard with Dechu's imperial advisor Li Mi. I can drink wine with Tai Fu's son Shiji and talk about the country. I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Baikue on the battlefield. I can make Chao Changqing, who is waiting for the imperial decree, call me half a teacher." Su Fengnian, who had his back to the old man all this time, squatted down and looked at the 2 tombstones. He asked, "Why didn't you formally marry my grandmother back then? Instead, you let my grandmother and my mother depend on each other for survival in the eyes of the family." The old man was silent. His eyes were full of sorrow and regret. Su Fengnian said softly, "The country is beautiful, the country is beautiful. The country is in front and the beauty is behind. Do you think the country is more important? Or do you think that a real man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife? You are the famous icing man of spring and autumn. Do you think that women are just icing on the cake in your life?" Su Fengnian asked again, "Why didn't you protect my mother during the white clothes case in the capital?" Without waiting for an answer, Su Fengnian said in a hoarse voice, trembling, "So I didn't know I had a grandfather. I just thought he died a long time ago. Whether his surname was Wu or Qi, whether he was a hero or a nobody, it didn't matter at all. After a long time, the old man sighed and was speechless. Su Fengnian sat cross-legged in front of the tombstone. He bent down and reached out to brush away the snow in front of the tombstone. Qi Lianhua walked to the tombstone and lowered his head to look at Su Zhao's tombstone. He said indifferently, "When I heard the news and rushed to Tai and city, it was already too late." The old man said self-deprecatingly, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me as your grandfather or if you think that Qi Lianhua is cold-blooded. I think that no matter how much you dislike the man your daughter chose, a married daughter is like water that has been poured out. Moreover, at that time, 3 sabers and armors couldn't kill the Liang Emperor, Zhao Dun. Since that's the case, as for the Yuan Benshi, Su Shao, Han Xingxian and Lu Haoshi, as long as Su Shao is alive, it's him who has the courage to do it. If Su Shao can't do it, there are still my daughter Wu Su's children." The old man turned to look at Su Fengnian, who was constantly sweeping the snow with his hands. He said softly, "The Taoist saints said that life and death are like sleep. When you sleep, you can get up and live. When you sleep, you can't get up and die. Therefore, there is a great terror in this world. When people are alive, they cry instead of laughing. In the Buddhist scriptures, there is also a great terror of life and death." The old man also squatted down and said freely, "Maybe you're right. Su Shao is much stronger than the spring and autumn saber armor or De Chu. It's just that I don't want to and don't dare to admit it." The old man looked at Su Zhao's tombstone and said with a smile, "In the end, I couldn't even drink a cup of wine from you." Su Fengnian said softly, "It's too late." Su Fengnian's eyes reddened. In the past, I couldn't understand why there was a pair of shoes in the box under Su Zhao's bed that didn't fit anyone in the Su family. The old man was stunned. Then the old man laughed loudly. He clenched his fists and rested them on his legs. Spring and autumn is a dream of spring and autumn. People live for a lifetime, but life and death are 2 things. When you come, you cry, but when you leave, you smile. Then the old man stretched out his hand and held a cup. A crystal-clear cup of snow appeared between his 5 fingers. Snow fell from the cup. He said loudly, "Father-in-law toasts to my son-in-law. A cup of snow for wine. A cup of wine without wine. Little Nian, this old man wants to make a trip back to Guangling. I've left my hometown for too long. Don't send me off." After toasting, the old man turned around and patted away the snow on one of his grandson's shoulders. He took out a yellowed book from his bosom and gently placed it beside Su Fengnian. With one last sentence, the old man stood up and shook his sleeves. He began to stride towards the entrance of the mausoleum. As soon as he left, his figure flashed and disappeared. Su Fengnian, who was a step too slow, was completely unable to stop him. Outside Liangzhou city, the old man walked further and further away. His speed was so fast that even Beiliang's A-ranked horses could not match him. A cold blade gradually formed from snow appeared in the old man's hand. Everyone knew that De Chu practiced calligraphy all his life. His favorite characters were Su, Nian, and Chun. His daughter, Wu Su, was gone, but his grandson, Su Fengnian, was still alive, and he was very promising. He had nothing to worry about in this life. It was time to get rid of the nickname of Qi Banbu. There was no harm in making the name of Qi Tianhua a reality. Little Nian, take it as your grandfather's last selfish act. Let the world know that after your father died, you still have an elder in this world. With me, Qi Lianhua, there is no one who can disgust Beiliang without paying the price. The great pillar of the country, Gu Jiantang, can't. The new emperor of the Zhao family can't either. Little Nian, you just need to guard the northwest gate of the Central Plains. Su Fengnian's figure flew quickly and stood alone at the top of the city wall. However, all he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. After standing for an entire night, at daybreak, Su Fengnian remembered the old man's last sentence and muttered to himself, "Can I really do it?" In the spring of the 2nd year of Xiangfu, a terrifying piece of news was sent back to the capital from the borders of Liao and Liao. Gu Jiantang had lost. Moreover, he had lost to a person who used a blade. More importantly, the martial arts grandmaster who had appeared out of nowhere did not mention his name. He only mentioned an unimaginable identity. At dusk, in the suburbs of Tai and City, two men who were about one generation apart in age sat opposite each other in a pavilion. The younger one was the young phoenix of the Song family, Song Kelly, who had recently made a comeback in the capital. Song Kelly had not yet taken up a post in the capital, but Jean Lanting, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, had invited Song Kelly to his family banquets several times. Many old people in the capital, especially the nobles of the imperial clan, had also expressed their goodwill. Chapter 1358. Song Kelly, who was supposed to be proud of his success, had a sad look on his face. He looked at Mr. Yuan who was drinking and said sadly, even if that person is a great guru who is better than General Gu, Tai and City was able to deal with the man with a sword who brought his family along. Why can't they deal with another martial artist? Yuan Benshi smiled and glanced at Song Kelly without saying a word. Song Kelly's hand on the table was clenched tightly. His face was pale and his lips trembled as he said, I know. After the late emperor died, Mr. Yuan's identity is just an old man in the Hanlin Academy who has no one to rely on. The current emperor can't wait to get rid of his shackles. The appearance of that old man gave him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife without staining his hands with blood. Therefore, the imperial guards in the capital city can't be mobilized. The Qi cultivators in the imperial astronomer can't be mobilized. The Jianghu masters who rely on the imperial court can't be mobilized either. Mr. Yuan, is Tai and City going to burn the bridge after crossing the river again? Does the Zhao family not want any face at all? Song Kelly lowered his head. Mr. Yuan once taught me that serving the emperor as a subject is akin to burning a stick of incense for a Buddha. A new emperor brings in a new subject, and it's because the incense is broken. Yuan Benshi, whose tongue was cut in half, looked calm. He put down the wine cup and said vaguely, yes and no. What I said earlier was only the way of being an official. But there's a more original way of being a person that can't be forgotten. Offering incense to the emperor is actually a skill, not a Tao. Song Kelly, your real Tao is to add oil to the world besides burning incense. This is the foundation that Grand Secretary Zhang Julu left for Liang. As a counselor, I don't think I'm inferior to anyone. But as a subject, Zhang Julu is the first person to start a new era. You should learn from his Tao, not my skill. Otherwise, Song Kelly would only be a Yin Mao Chun or Zhao Yuling at best. What was the point of Yuan Benshi nurturing Song Kelly? How will you stand out among your peers like Sun Yin in the future? Yuan Benshi looked at the twilight outside the pavilion and said with a smile, the famous ministers and ministers of the spring of Yonghui are destined to leave their names in the annals of history. But for those of you who started during the auspicious talisman era, perhaps your legacy in the annals of history will be better than that of those old people. That's because Yonghui has Zhang Julu who makes all the scholars in the world pale in comparison. Your generation is different. Chen Wang has the smooth and slick Fu Long, Sun Yin has the shrewd Tu Long, and you, Song Kelly, have the fierce lone minister. Each of you has your own dazzling style. Song Kelly didn't dare to raise his head to look at Mr. Yuan, who had accompanied him all over the country last year. Yuan Benshi said in a low voice, various parties tried to rope you in, but I kept telling you to wait for the best offer. So last night, the ceremony directorate chief Song Tonglu's disciple found you and gave you a verbal order. You don't have to feel guilty. If you can't wait to tell me about Yuan Benshi, then I will be disappointed. Song Kelly suddenly looked up. Yuan Benshi smiled indifferently and said softly, he's here. A person walked over from afar. There was a strange snow-white long blade hanging from his waist. Song Kelly stood up and blocked the steps of the pavilion. The old man didn't seem to move, but Song Kelly, who was skilled in martial arts, was thrown out of the pavilion. After the old man sat down, Yuan Benshi put 3 wine cups on the table and gently pushed a clean cup in front of the old man. Yuan Benshi smiled calmly and said, back then, I was curious as to why Mr. Qi would force his way through the gate of Tai and City. Later, I saw Xia Feiyu give me many authentic copies of Mr. Qi's calligraphy. In the early years, there were many Chun characters, and in the later years, there were many Sunian characters. Zhao Go had tried to assassinate His Royal Highness 16 times in Bailiang, and 3 of them were most regrettable because of Mr. Chi's interference. The old man didn't raise his cup to drink. Instead, he put the snow-white blade on the table and said, "This old man will still let people drink a few mouthfuls of death wine. Drink slowly." Yuan Benshi raised his head and drank all the wine in his cup. Since Mr. Chi has the intention to kill but doesn't have the intention to do so, why are you still pretending? Qi Lianhua sneered and said, "It turns out that Yuan Benshi is nothing more than this." Yuan Benshi shook his head and said, "In life, some people are greedy for wine, and some people are greedy for life. It's human nature." Qi Lianhua said, Li Yishan and Nailan Yusi, one helped Su Shao to conquer the spring and autumn period, the other helped Xiao Bing to seize the world. This is the real world. As for Huang Longsher, you can't even compare with him. You, Yuan Benshi, have been guarding the world all your life. What's funny is that you haven't been able to guard it. The reason why I didn't kill you is that not killing you is better than killing you. Yuan Benshi mocked himself and said, "Mr. Qi, are you deliberately keeping me alive so that you can fight each other?" Qi Lianhua stretched out a finger and tapped the snow-white blade made according to the earliest Su blade. "It's a good Su blade, but it's too boring to use it to behead a dog." Yuan Benshi was unmoved and said with a smile, "Mr. Qi, since you didn't kill me, then I also have a word of advice. Killing me is just a small matter, but it's not easy to go to the city to find Emperor Zhao Zhuan. Compared to the former emperor, the current emperor is much more afraid of death. I believe that Su Fengnian would rather his grandfather return to Bailiang safely than to see you die heroically in Tai and city, even if the way you die can be called magnificent. Su Fengnian has finally made a clean end to his past life and future life. If you leave, it won't even be the icing on the cake, let alone providing timely help." Qi Lianhua was surprised and said, "You, Yuan Benshi, only have half of your tongue left. Not only can you speak, but you can also speak a few words." Yuan Benshi still looked happy and pointed to the wine pot. For so many years, the wine pot of Huadiao wine has always been filled with Bailiang green ant. "Mr. Qi, are you sure you don't want to drink a cup?" Qi Lianhua raised his cup and drank it. The old man got up and left the pavilion, but he left the blade and said, "You 3 emperors of Liang have all wronged Su Shao." Yuan Benshi watched the old man leave. After a long time, he nodded quietly. Song Kelly staggered into the pavilion with his hand on his chest. He was relieved to see Mr. Yuan safe and sound. After Song Kelly sat down, Yuan Benshi stood up and looked at the sky. He said sadly, "The sky is going to rain, and the mother is going to get married. But I don't want some things to happen just like that." A smile appeared on Yuan Benshi's face. "Mr. Qi, I'm just saying good words when I'm about to die." When Mr. Yuan turned to the stone table and held the cold blade, Song Kelly suddenly had a bad feeling and his face turned pale. Yuan Benshi looked into the distance. It should be Song Tonglu waiting. Zhao Zhuan doesn't have the courage to do that. Yuan Benshi withdrew his gaze and tossed a brocade pouch to Song Kelly. "Tell that head seal eunuch that if he wants to live longer and better than Han Xingxian, let him see something like this." Song Kelly fidgeted as if he had received a hot potato. His eyes were bloodshot. Yuan Benshi said sternly, "Song Kelly, put away the brocade bag. Get up and take the blade." Song Kelly stood up subconsciously, but he panicked and took a few steps back. He didn't look like a young phoenix of the Song family anymore. Yuan Benshi took a step forward and handed him the cold blade. Song Kelly shook his head frantically. The master of Liang rebuked him with a ferocious face. "If you don't kill Yuan Benshi, how can you stand by the emperor's side?" Song Kelly's face was full of tears. He kept repeating, "Mr. Qi, I won't kill you, Mr. Qi, I won't kill you." Yuan Benshi sighed and put the blade on the table. Then he turned his back to Song Kelly and said calmly, "Heroes don't have freedom. If you don't kill me, I'll be a useless person. Even if I live a few more years, there will be no trace of me in the world." Yuan Benshi closed his eyes and said softly, Song Kelly, don't let me down. Huang Longsher and Li Shan, I'm one step behind you. Nalan Yusi, I'm one step ahead of you. Song Kelly held the cold blade with trembling hands. Yuan Benshi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the afterglow in the distant sky. The emperor's tutor with a half-inch tongue opened his mouth and took a deep breath, as if he was borrowing the last breath of this world. He roared, take the head. Song Kelly's face was full of pain. He raised the blade and chopped it down. The head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, who wore a bright red python robe with a cold expression, leisurely walked to the bottom of the steps of the pavilion. He saw the young man, whose life had been full of misfortune, sitting on the ground in a daze. Blood and tears flowed from his eyes, and he held the head in his arms tightly. Outside Tai and city, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked at the towering city wall. He smiled. I, Qi Lianhua, have always been ambitious but not capable. I've always wanted a lot of things. I wanted to surpass the ancients in calligraphy, I wanted the prosperity of my family, I wanted the longevity of Dechu, and I wanted the well-being of the common people. But in the end, I achieved nothing. The old man held his hands and sighed. My last request is very small. I just want to be a senior who can let me have a clear conscience. It was on this day that an unknown old man entered Tai and city and went straight to the imperial astronomer. He killed all the Qi trainers and 800 guards of the imperial astronomer. This crazy old man didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He only said one sentence to himself before he died. Xiaonian, don't forget what Grandpa said to you. Remember to believe in yourself and Bailiang with you. The old man's words were exactly the opposite of Yuan Benshi's unintentional words. When the time comes, heaven and earth will work together. Chapter 1359. After the new emperor of Liang ascended the throne, he attached great importance to the administration of culture, especially the Hanlin Academy. His love for the Hanlin Academy was so great that it could not be increased any further. First of all, he moved Zhao Jiaong's yamen to the right side of the center line between the Wuing Hall and the Baohe Hall. Then he issued an edict that the Hanlin Academy's head scholar and the Ministry of Rites would jointly preside over the imperial examinations, which became a practice of the current dynasty. Therefore, the saying, in the future, those who are not from the Hanlin Academy are not allowed to enter the pavilion, spread everywhere in the capital. Today, the Hanlin Academy, which was holding a grand housewarming ceremony, could be said to be a gathering of heroes. What a dazzling lineup of splendid scenes! Jean Lanting, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, who made his name here, Li Jifu, the new Zhuang Yuan of the first year of Xiangfu, who held a post in the Hanlin Academy, Wu Tsongxian, who was both Tanhua and a new talent in the chess world, Song Kelly, the young phoenix of the Song family, who moved to the Hanlin Academy because of meritorious service, Yan Qiji, the son of the grand scholar of the Dongyuan Pavilion, Chen Wang, the assistant minister of the left scattered cavalry of Liang, Sun Yin, who was once the right chancellor of the Imperial College. Before this group of young talents, the oldest of whom was no more than 30 years old, gathered together, many important officials and officials who had a relationship with the Hanlin Academy had already left one after another. For example, Zhao Yuling, the second in command of the Imperial Secretariat, Tantanon, Huan Wen, who was recognized as a veteran of the Hanlin Academy, the heavenly official Yin Mao Chun, who had been in charge of the Hanlin Academy for more than 10 years and had recently entered the Ministry of Appointments, and the Minister of War, Liu Baijie, the sword immortal of Tangxi, who had the title of Xia Guan, had come either alone or together. They really made the brand new Hanlin Academy shine, staining it with an air of nobility and elegance. At this time, in the secluded courtyard at the beginning of spring, under a small tree with branches as small as jujube flowers, everyone was enjoying a game of Go. The people playing Go were not national players, nor were they the famous Wu Tsongxian who had defeated 3 national players in a row in the capital. Instead, they were 2 people whom everyone in the court felt were unfamiliar with. There was a huge age gap between the 2. There was a stone table and 4 stone stools. On the table was a yellow rosewood chessboard that was very old-fashioned. On the left and right sides of the chessboard were black and white Go boxes that contained white and black Go pieces. On the stone stools were embroidered cushions. The two people playing Go were of course sitting and chatting. However, the people sitting on the other two stools were the pinnacle of honor in the world, the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, and the empress, Yan Dongwu. Other than the handsome young man nicknamed Little Bookcase by the emperor, there was also a commoner from Liang who was still a commoner. He was Fan Chengho from Xiangzhou, Guangling Road. Together with Wu Congxian, they were known as the First and Third Nine. In the past, Fan Chengho was more skilled than Wu Congxian, so he was also known as Fan Shiduan. At the same time, Fan Chengho was good at painting dried rocks, wild plum blossoms, and winter bamboo. Among them, wild plum blossoms were the best, and they were proud and unsullied. Now in Tai and City, there was a saying that Fan Chengho was a tree alone in spring. His paintings could be said to be priceless in the capital's officialdom. Before Wu Congxian became famous, the hidden Fan Chengho was specially summoned to the capital by the emperor. The reason for this imperial edict was that his real identity was Little Bookcase from the imperial astronomer. Under the emperor's instructions, he and Wu Congxian played 6 games in a row, 3 slow and 3 fast. Wu Congxian lost all of them cleanly, so Fan Chengho, who was known as the #1 player in the chess world, naturally entered the emperor's sight. The prize for this game that the emperor personally set was not small. If Fan Chengho won, then he could directly stay in the Hanlin Academy as the Yellow Gatekeeper. Now the Hanlin Academy was the well-deserved dragon pavilion for all the scholars in the world. The spectators were the smartest few people in the Liang dynasty. In fact, they were well aware that whether Fan Chengho won or lost on the chessboard was not important. To simplify the emperor's heart, Fan Shiduan had already won outside of the chessboard. Little Bookcase was probably endowed with extraordinary talent, but in the end he was still a child. He did not have a good sitting posture. His body was slanted, one hand supporting his chin, the other hand moving quickly. It was almost as if he was hitting the board when Fan Chengho placed a piece. On the other hand, the plainly dressed Fan Chengho was at a disadvantage in terms of the demeanor of an otherworldly master. But this disadvantage was only in terms of the eccentricity of the imperial astronomer. In reality, Fan Chengho was sitting calmly and attentively. Whether it was slowly picking up a piece from the chessboard or not moving, when he was thinking long and hard, they both had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Fan Shiduan's response to Little Bookcase's aggressive attacks, both inside and outside of the chessboard, was neither too fast nor too slow. For the time being, there was no sign of victory or defeat between the two of them. Including Emperor Zhao Zhuan, the people who were able to stand aside and watch the game, not to mention Wu Congxian, who was very good at chess, even Chen Wang, who had never played chess with anyone before, had good eyesight. Even Empress Yan Dongwu, who was known as the female scholar of Beiliang in the past, could not take her eyes off the game and was very focused. Yan Qiji was standing right behind his elder sister, who was known as the mother of the empire. He was the only one who gave up halfway when he went to the border to observe the political affairs. He parted ways with the Ministry of War, who was sent from Ji Bei to Liaoxi, and returned to the capital alone. This incident had damaged Yan Qiji's reputation in the scholarly circle. However, with the great protective talisman of the imperial uncle, no one dared to jump out and criticize him. Yan Qiji looked at the intrigue on the chessboard. He quietly raised his head and looked at the old Chinese parasol tree whose branches were filled with the joy of spring. His face was filled with fatigue. If the trip to Liangzhou had disappointed him and Kong Wuqi, then the trip to Ji Bei had angered Yan Qiji. The defense line in Ji Bei had been an important military base for the Central Plains to defend against Beimeng since the Han family. Although Liang paid more attention to the two Liao provinces, the generals who held the military power in Ji Bei were all carefully selected by the Ministry of War and candidates who were placed high hopes on by the imperial court. But what did Yan Qiji see in Ji Bei's northern pass? It was retreating before the battle and shrinking the defense line. Faced with his reprimand, the few border defense generals were vague. Gao Tingshu, who was picky in Beiliang, was surprisingly silent. Obviously, he had received instructions from someone in the capital. Yan Qiji retracted his gaze and looked coldly at Jin Sanlang, who was not far away from him. The latter also sensed the unfriendly gaze from the young imperial uncle, but he responded with an impeccably gentle smile. Yen Qiji met his gaze. Suddenly, Yen Qiji felt his sleeve being pulled. He lowered his head and saw his sister pointing at a spot on the chessboard. She smiled gently and said, "Eunuch Jing seems to have made a wonderful move. Don't you think so?" When the child heard the Empress praise, he raised his head and smiled brightly. Yen Qiji sighed softly. He stopped arguing with the assistant minister and turned to watch the game. Fan Zhangho's response was still lukewarm. This made Chen Wang, who was also a relative of the imperial family like Yen Qiji, see him in a new light. Ordinary poor scholars would spread their tails like peacocks if they wanted to see the face of the emperor. It was not easy for Fan Zhangho to be so relaxed. The Zhuangyuan, Li Jifu, was the son of a wealthy family in Liaodong. In terms of poetry, he was not as good as the second place, Gao Tingshu. In terms of the four arts, he was far from being as good as Wu Congxian. Thus, most people in the court thought that he was not worthy of the title of Zhuangyuan. In reality, in the poetry club founded by Jean Lanting, it was rare to hear Li Jifu speak so loudly. However, a few days ago, the Minister of Revenue, Bai Gua, had asked to borrow Li Jifu from the Hanlin Academy. This made people realize that perhaps Li Jifu was not as unlikable as he appeared on the surface. Today, the only person in the group who could compete with Jean Lanting, Chen Xiaobao, only spoke a few words with Li Jifu. Wu Congxian had originally wanted to go up and get familiar with the left Sanchi's assistant minister, but soon there was an awkward silence. Compared to everyone present, Song Kelly's appearance today was the most unexpected. The two masters of the Song family who had dominated the literary world for decades were not worthy of the words, extremely tragic. After their deaths, their posthumous titles were only below average. At the time, Song Kelly had been demoted from the noble Hanlin Academy to a county magistrate. Jean Lanting, who was more familiar with the rules of the officialdom, was very curious. How could the young phoenix of the Song family, who had fallen from a high branch into the mud, return to the capital? Who had he latched onto? For the time being, the nobles of the imperial clan did not have this ability. Tantanon had always had a bad impression of the Song family, so all the old people of Zhonglu did not have a good impression of Song Kelly. He had also not heard of the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, having any interaction with the Song family. Jean Lanting pondered for a moment, but could not understand the main point, so he was too lazy to bother. Song Kelly's ups and downs were destined to not affect the overall situation. In the past, Jean Lanting did want to take the initiative to show goodwill to the eldest grandson of the Song family, who was also a member of the Hanlin Academy. He even wanted to personally send him a few hundred knives to make his own signboard, but now? Even the assistant minister could turn a blind eye to this person. In a small court meeting filled with officials, he, Jean Lanting, could only respectfully accompany the last seat, but at this time and place, he was worthy of being called the head of the Phoenix. As the Hanlin Academy rose in status in the Liang Imperial Court, the position of the Ministry of Rights would also rise. It was certain that he would be in charge of the Ministry of Rights in the future. When the time came, the Ministry of Rights would be in charge and the Hanlin Academy would be in charge. Then, he, Jean Lanting, would be the common teacher of all the scholars during the auspicious era. Jean Lanting smiled and bowed his head, looking down at the chessboard. He placed one hand on the suet jade belt on his waist that the emperor had personally bestowed upon him, and the other hand quietly clenched. The literary vein of the world was in his hands. Why should he worry about the connections in the imperial court? Chapter 1360. Wu Congxian was probably the one who cared the most about the outcome of the game. With a complicated expression, he looked at Fan Zhangho, who had played against him many times, and felt bitter. Fan Zhangho, a remnant of the spring and autumn period, also known as the son of Buddha, was a thorn in Wu Congxian's heart that he could not remove. No matter how much they talked in public or in private, Wu Congxian knew that he both despised and envied this person. He despised Fan Zhangho for ignoring the imperial examinations, and envied Fan Zhangho for having heavenly beings by his side to scheme for him. Before and after he had defeated 3 national chess players in a row, Wu Songxian had not once mentioned Fan Zhanghe. However, the well-informed capital quickly learned that there was a Fan Shirduan in Xiangzhou. Before the emperor summoned Fan Zhanghe to the capital, he had a relaxed monarch and minister question-and-answer session with him. Wu Songxian could only bite the bullet and say something insincere. Fan Yuetian and I are evenly matched. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the emperor's curiosity, especially after he had suffered consecutive crushing defeats to the child who was practically the reincarnation of a chess immortal. According to Jean Sabin, the emperor had urged the Ministry of Rites almost every day to ask when Fan Shirduan would enter the capital. To be able to receive such special treatment, the previous one was the prime minister who had said, "If I don't come out, what will the common people do?" When Fan Zhanghe returned to the capital alone, Wu Songxian went to the courier station that night and, earnestly, told Fan Zhanghe about that child prodigy's style of chess. The first move looked sloppy, unintentional and powerless, but in the middle of the game, it suddenly changed. It was as if a towering building had suddenly risen from the rubble and ruins, with the momentum of a lion hunting down a rabbit from above. Of course, Wu Songxian knew that this kind of illusory saying was equivalent to not saying anything. After Fan Zhanghe heard it, it was useless. As for why he only said the middle game and not the end game, it was not that Wu Songxian wanted to hide it, but that Wu Songxian had never played more than 200 games with the child. Wu Songxian, who valued face and reputation the most, was too embarrassed to say anything. Wu Songxian had, with great difficulty, made a name for himself in the capital, so how could he be willing to let Fan Zhanghe steal his limelight in Grand Peace City? He wanted nothing more than for Fan Zhanghe to suffer a crushing defeat. Simply put, Wu Songxian, one of the top 9 chess players in the world, could lose to the genius youth rumored to have come from the imperial astronomer. It was like the world's top martial artist losing to an immortal on Earth, without any damage to his reputation. But he absolutely could not lose to Fan Zhanghe by too much. This was just like how Li Chungang had lost to Wang Xianji, and then Wang Xianji had lost to Su Fengmian. Fan Zhanghe's slow play was only compared to the lightning-fast speed of the imperial astronomer's little bookcase. 2 hours later, after Fan Zhanghe had made more than a dozen consecutive moves, he had made his first decisive move. The child with a carefree expression seemed to have seen his opponent for the first time. He no longer rested his chin on his hand or looked left and right. He sat up straight, but he did not look at the game. Instead, he stared straight at Fan Zhanghe, who was rolling up his sleeves with his head lowered. Everyone present, including Wu Songxian, could not see the essence of this move, let alone the other spectators. Among them, Jean Lanting could not help but turn his head to ask Wu Songxian in a low voice. The latter did not dare to speak carelessly. Sun Yin stretched out 2 fingers to rub his earlobes and yawned. Song Kelly narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips tightly. Chen Wang was carefully observing the changes in the expression of the imperial astronomer. Li Jifu carefully looked at the emperor, who was leaning forward with a frown. Yan Qiji, whose mind was on the chessboard, bent down and whispered to his sister, Yan Dongwu. If the calm and composed Fan Zhanghe was included, not counting the Emperor Zhao Zhuan, the Empress Yan Dongwu, and that imperial astronomer Jian Zheng, then today under the green paulownia tree of the Hanlin Academy, there were as many as 4 people from the northern Liangdao, Chen Wang, Sun Yin, Yan Qiji, and Jean Lanting. Gangnamdu had Wu Songxian, Guangling had Fan Zhanghe, Liangliao had Li Jifu, and the capital had Song Kelly. From this, it seemed that the current emperor was more magnanimous than the previous emperor towards Bailiang. The emperor looked at the little bookcase with interest. For the first time, he showed a fierce expression towards a certain person. He tried to smooth things over. "Let's close the game for now. You two can play later." Little bookcase, Fan Zhanghe, try your best to make this game a famous one. If the ending is even better, I will ask the masters in the palace to paint for you. I have to go attend a small court meeting. If I am late, I will be nagged by Tantanon for half a day. Jean Lanting, dressed in purple robes, quickly bowed slightly and made a path for the emperor and the empress. The emperor held the empress's hand and left with a smile. Yan Qiji saw them off alone. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, Jean Lanting also had to attend the small court meeting. However, the emperor did not say anything, so he could not stick to the emperor's side. After all, he could be suspected of using the emperor's power to intimidate others. After the three families left, he purposely pulled Wu Songxian out of the Hanlin Academy. The latter had been observing politics at the Ministry of Rights. Compared to the quiet Li Jifu, who had a higher ranking in the court examination, Jean Lanting favored Wu Songxian, who was also a pillar of the poetry club. He also had a higher opinion of Gao Tingshu, who had already made a name for himself in the Ministry of War. Yan Dongwu asked softly, "Why do you think so highly of Fan Zhanghe?" The emperor turned his head and winked at the empress. He said softly, "Winning in chess is just a small matter. What benefit does it bring to the country? However, King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, has a blind chess player, Lu Su. As the emperor of a country, how can I not have a Fan Zhanghe by my side?" Yan Dongwu could not help but laugh. "You can be angry over this? Your Majesty, are you still a child?" The emperor said with a face full of resentment, "Am I old in your heart?" Yan Dongwu suddenly remembered that his younger brother, Yan Qiji, was still following behind him. He coughed lightly. The emperor laughed out loud and did not take it to heart. He purposely slowed down his pace, allowing his brother-in-law, who had been snubbed in Ji Bei, to catch up with him. Then, he comforted him softly, "I won't advise you to do anything regarding Ji Bei, I just want you to not be anxious. I heard your sister say that she does not want to stay in the Ministry of War anymore. Where do you want to go? The Ministry of Rights or the Ministry of Appointments?" Yan Dongwu was about to speak when the emperor tightened his grip on her hand. She could only swallow her words. Yan Qiji was obviously afraid of his sister, who was becoming more and more imposing. He hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Your Majesty, I want to come to the Hanlin Academy. There are many books here." Chapter 1361. The emperor glared at him and said, "When there are no outsiders, call me brother-in-law. However, it's not a problem for you to come to Hanlin Academy, but you have to start as a servant first. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you be a big servant. Your temper is too gentle and you don't want to fight for anything. You will definitely be ostracized by many elders. Those old scholars are not the same as the officials of the 6 ministries. They don't care if you are the emperor's uncle." Yan Qiji nodded. The emperor turned to Yan Dongwu and smiled gently, "You two should talk more. As an outsider, I won't be an eyesore." When the emperor walked away with Song Tonglu, the number 1 eunuch of the dynasty, Yan Dongwu asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you return the thing I gave you to that person?" Yan Qiji's face was slightly pale. He said guiltily, "I didn't see Brother Feng." She said sternly, "Shut up." Yan Qiji's body trembled and he asked carefully, "Or should I secretly destroy it?" Yan Dongwu almost instantly became angry. Then, she tried to suppress her anger. Her face was uncertain. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Hide it well." Yan Qiji was dejected. After Yan Dongwu calmed down, her tone softened and she praised, "You didn't say you were going to the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel. Very good." Yan Dongwu stood face to face with her brother. She helped him fix his collar and said softly, "You have to remember one thing. Wen Zhengwen is loyal and respectful. These 3 beautiful titles must come from Hanlin Academy." Yan Qiji said timidly, "Sister, I didn't think so much." "Really?" Yan Dongwu bent 2 fingers and knocked on her brother's forehead. She smiled, "A fool has a fool's fortune." Yan Qiji wanted to say something but stopped. Yan Dongwu obviously guessed what he was thinking. She shook her head and said, "Don't worry about the things in the palace. Let's go back. I have a feeling that the young people in that courtyard will." Speaking of this, the empress stopped talking. She looked up at the sun. It was dazzling, so it was a bit dazzling. Yan Qiji returned to the courtyard. Under the tree, the child was asking with a cold face, "Who did you learn chess from?" Fan Zhanghe smiled and said, "Since I was 4 years old, I learned chess from the ancients." The child pointed at the last move on the chessboard. The ancients couldn't make this move. Fan Zhongho calmly said, "Our generation is inferior to the ancients. How can we face the future generations? It's true that you learn chess from the ancients, but when it's your turn to play chess, you can't sit and wait for eternity." The child snorted and glanced at the chessboard. "If it weren't for the accident in the Imperial Astronomer and my absent-mindedness, I wouldn't have given you any chance to win the game today. Come to the star-picking pavilion of the Imperial Astronomer tomorrow." Fan Zhongho declined to comment. The child, who acted like an old man, ran away in big strides. Only at this moment did he have the childishness of his age. Ever since he was a child, he had been running around the little bookcase of the Imperial Astronomer. It was not easy for him to find the Empress whom he was closest to. Contrary to the imposing manner of this child when he played chess with others, when he saw Yan Dongwu, he had a childish smile on his face, like a child who had met his sister who loved him dearly. Yan Dongwu rubbed the little bookcase's head and said sympathetically, "It's been hard on you. The Imperial Astronomer has suffered such a huge accident, and His Majesty still wants you to play chess with others. I'll help you scold him later." In the accident in the tight blockade not long ago, there were more than 800 guards who had died in the battle. Most of them were elite Imperial soldiers who were highly skilled in martial arts, and there were also dozens of masters who had koi fish pouches. Especially the latter, when they were escorting something to Guangling Road, more than 100 of the top Jianghu people who had been recruited by the Ministry of Justice of the Imperial Court had all died mysteriously. Zhao Go had already been seriously injured, and this loss was no different from adding fuel to the fire. But compared to the real loss, the death of the Qi cultivators in the Imperial Astronomer was nothing at all. Among these so-called immortals, there was no lack of experts with the mysterious finger divine ability, and they were indispensable to the Imperial Court of Liang. Their existence in itself was a kind of magnificent deterrence that could symbolize the majesty of the heavenly Tao. The Emperor was the person who was destined by heaven, so he was under heaven's command. In the end, the Qi cultivators of the Liang North faction who supported the dragon were all killed in that bloody battle. Why did the current emperor, who had always regarded chess as an idle hobby, move the Hanlin Academy in a hurry? Why did he personally create momentum for Fan Shidhuan and Fan Changho? Or was it because he wanted to divert the attention of the officials and try his best to suppress the turbulent ripples that affected the entire capital? Yan Dongwu even saw with her own eyes that the cultured and elegant fourth prince locked himself in the imperial study for an entire night. When he came out, even the head eunuch Song Tonglu did not dare to approach him. It was she who had to personally go forward and bandage his bloody left hand. The little bookcase shook his head and said, "Grandpa Jianzheng said that everyone has to die. I'm not sad. If I didn't have to play 3 rounds of chess with someone for Grandpa Jianzheng, it wouldn't matter even if I died there." Then the child silently said in his heart, "Although the old man is dead, his disciple might have already appeared." He would not tell anyone about this matter, not even his sister Empress. Yan Dongwu laughed angrily and said, "Don't say such unlucky things. How old are you? Live well." The little bookcase laughed and said, "I want to eat osmanthus cake." Yan Dongwu held his little hand and walked in the palace. "That will have to wait until autumn. So, all the more you have to live well." In the Hanlin Academy, when Yan Qiji approached, he found that the atmosphere was a little strange. Chen Wang, who had the highest rank, and Li Jifu stood at the side and chatted. The arrogant scholar Sun Yin, who had once fought with the scholars in the Imperial College, was lying on the stone table. Fan Changho was reviewing the game in detail. Yan Qiji had already stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, he saw Song Kelly, who was alone, smiling at him. Yan Qiji smiled knowingly and walked forward. In the spring of the 2nd year of Xiangfu, there were 6 people in this small courtyard on this day. Chen Wang, Sun Yin, Song Kelly, Fan Changho, Li Jifu, Yan Qiji. Originally, I had already written more than 2,000 words about the Battle of the Gourd in Yuzhou. However, if I want to combine it into a chapter, I need to write at least 4,000 words. Otherwise, only 9,000 words will be too intermittent. Today, I'll just write 6,000 words. This kind of transitional chapter is probably as unlikable as Li Jifu in the book. However, I hope that everyone can hold their noses and read it. Of course, when I wrote it myself, I was very sentimental. Yes, sentimental I rarely boast, but when I write this kind of scene that can freeze history, it really is very sentimental. P.S. Don't worry, the next battle will be one after another. Bailiang and Guangling can be considered as fighting a country by one land. Chapter 1362. In a relay station 3 miles away from Chang'an City in Yuzhou, a young man wearing a thick fur coat stood on the side of the road. Beside him was a child who was reading a yellowed book with saliva. Bailiang Road's relay station had many willows planted on both sides, but this relay station was a little different. There were only parasol trees that could tell the difference between spring and autumn. It was said that there was a lot to pay attention to. Back then, when General Su Shao was conferred the title of king, the rich people of Chang'an City, in order to please this butcher, who was known to kill without blinking an eye, specially changed to nearly 1,000 green sycamore trees. It was all because His Royal Highness had the word Feng in his name. Feng does not rest on sycamore trees. Unfortunately, the army took a detour and continued to head west. Su Shao did not enter the city at all. This made those rich people feel very embarrassed. However, after His Royal Highness was conferred the title of King of Bailiang, the new King Liang's trusted aide, Huang Fujin, was promoted to General of Yuzhou and became the master of Chang'an City. Therefore, those old people were very happy. Every now and then, they would boast to their juniors about their foresight. Last year, when Huaihua General Zhong Hongwu was in charge of Lingzhou, the officialdom was turned upside down, but Yuzhou was peaceful. These old men were very proud. Huang Fujin also took care of these old people's families. Currently, there was an interesting saying in Chang'an City: it's never too late to flatter someone. Dust rose from the relay station in the distance. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. The young man put away his thoughts. The leading rider was wearing a rare purple robe in Bailiang. It should be known that the purple robe in the capital was inferior to the red robe in the capital. It meant that the power of the purple robe in the capital was not as good as the local officials in the red robe. When the governor dismounted and was about to kneel, the young man smiled and waved his hand. "We are in a hurry, so there's no need for that. Let's talk in the carriage." The person who came was General Huang Fujin of Yuzhou. Of course, only the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, could make him kneel. The two sat in the carriage. Su Fengnian's eldest disciple, Fang Long, carefully put away the book and became the coachman. The sword master Mi Fengjie, who carried a long box on his back, and the death warrior Fan Shaochai, who wore a cold blade at her waist, guarded the left and right of the carriage. Su Fengnian and Huang Fujin sat opposite each other. One was casually sitting cross-legged, while the other was kneeling. Huang Fujin apologized and said, "I've kept you waiting." Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Huang Fujin also knew that this kind of official entertainment would only make the man in front of him feel disgusted. He immediately said, "According to the latest intelligence reports, the spider web pole catchers, butterfly catchers, and Beimang Jianghu experts who infiltrated Yuzhou have all been killed. Apart from the 6 missing, 2 of them were instigated. One of them was used to fish out the 6 fish that slipped through the net, while the other was used as a hidden chess piece to return to Beimang." Su Fengnian nodded. He wouldn't meddle in specific affairs and wouldn't criticize the whisk room that Chu Lushan had painstakingly built. Thus, he changed the topic and asked, "How's Su Yanbing?" Huang Fujin replied, "He's still on the way." Apart from Tai Chi, and Ko Ku who died on the spot, the other 8 fled northward. 6 days ago, Pabing Peak's chief Wei Yilo was the first to be abandoned by the other experts. He killed Yufengqi for Su Yanbing. 4 days ago, Beimang's devil Ahima died 30 miles north of Yozhou's border, but he successfully stalled Su Yanbing. Fortunately, 3 days ago, the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect found some clues and discovered that the 6 had turned back to Shilu County in the northwest of Yuzhou. They almost escaped. 2 days ago, another 2 Beimang experts were killed by Su Yanbing's spear. Su Fengnian chuckled softly and said, then there's only the small idea of the princess's grave left. The great Yufu, that old lover of spider webs Li Mibi, and Tai Madai, who had the highest chance of becoming a sword immortal after his sword aura neared Huang Qing's level. 10 top experts were dispatched together. Moreover, they had used all their schemes, but in the end, they ended up in such a miserable state. I'm afraid that the old woman and Li Mibi didn't expect it. Oh right, rumor has it that Tai Madai, is very young. Bei Mang's underworld has always said that he's the Dong Tai of the grasslands. Moreover, his realm skyrocketed during his escape. Not only did he rapidly advance to Finger Xian, but his last sword move also had some demeanor of a sword immortal. Is this true? Huang Fuji nodded and said, Tai Madai, is different from the other Bei Mang experts who have stagnated in their realms. His martial arts cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Almost every time he went through a life and death battle, he would gain something. According to the spy report, this person is at most 28 or 29 years old. He has a medium build, but moss grows under his armpits like dragon scales. It's rumored that he has the aura of a real dragon. At this point, Huang Fujin sneered and said, Tai Madai's ancestor was indeed a mighty lord of the grasslands. The last bit of vitality of the great Feng dynasty was tormented by his ancestor. As for the dragon scales under his armpits, I think it's nonsense. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Since Huang Qing's fate didn't bestow a piece of the willow after his death, it must have landed on Tai Madai. Perhaps the Bronze Man Grandmaster's portion was also given to him. Although Huang Fujin was from the underworld, he hated the underworld the most. It could even be said that he hated it to the bone. Su Fengnian suddenly laughed and said, in the end, he still died. Who asked him to meet a half-step martial saint? I can see that Uncle Su's realm is also rising steadily. His small half-step is more terrifying than others who break through several realms. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage. He said slowly, the old underworld will soon be extinct under the iron hooves of war horses. I wonder what the underworld will be like in the future. Before this, be it the Fish Dragon Gang in Bailiang or the Great Snow Plateau in Mount Hui, they'll all be short-lived. Dao De Sect, Chess and Sword Music School, Mount Bubang, Princess's Grave. Mount Wudong, Su Yanbing, Suaxia Valley, Mifengjia, Wu family's 100 cavalry and 100 swords. In addition, there were the Guanyin sect in the South Sea and Mount Lantua in the west who could no longer leave. How many more masters would die in Bailiang? Huang Fujin said resentfully, Northern Mang has just casually mobilized 20,000 cavalrymen, and all 80 strongholds outside the Great Wall of Northern Ji County have moved inwards. What a bunch of fearless good-for-nothings. If they are so capable, why don't they just give up Hengshui and Silver Harrier cities as well? Su Fengnian said calmly, the general of Silver Harrier City, Lu Yanlang, is a famous fence-sitter. When the wind blows in the capital, he can move faster than the officials in the capital. With Yuan Tingshan in North Ji County, it's certain that they'll deliberately let Bailiang win. Let's not have any hope. With a gloomy face, Huang Fujin said, if Lu Yanlang really gives up Silver Harrier, then Horizontal Water City will be left alone outside the border. Besides, the general who controls Horizontal Water City, Wei Jingtang, is one of the few favorite students of Grand Secretary Zhang Julu who rose up in the military. For many years, this man has always had a strong hostility toward Bailiang. Now that Zhang Julu is dead, Wei Jingtang can barely protect himself, let alone go against the Ministry of War. Perhaps, he will withdraw even more decisively than Lu Yanlang. With that, North Ji County's gate is wide open. Once Bei Mang continues to send in more soldiers, and with Gu Jiantang's Western Frontier Army remaining still, there's a possibility that North Ji County will be attacked from both front and rear. Yu Wandao's Yuzhou cavalry will be in a bad situation. Previously, when they roamed outside the Great Wall of North Ji County and cut off Bei Mang's army supply, they will become empty talk. Su Fengnian sneered and said, don't worry. If Lu Yanlang and Wei Jingtang don't want to guard the gate, we'll let Yu Wandao's 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry help them. High up in the sky, a handsome bird suddenly broke through the clouds and dived down. Udilong, who was acting as the coachman, raised his arm with a bright smile on his face. The bird landed on the child's arm with its claws like hooks and a powerful force. Fortunately, Udilong's chi was strong and vigorous. This gerfalcon, a 6 years phoenix, came from Liaodong. It was brewed by Chu Lushan himself and gifted to His Royal Highness. The tributes from Liao were divided into 9 grades. Among the gerfalcons, which were said by the hunters of Liao, 9 years death and 1 life is rare, the 3 years dragon and the autumn yellow were the 2 rare breeds, and the 6 years phoenix was even harder to find. Su Fengnian was traveling Jianghu for the first time. Other than Old Yellow and the inferior horse, he was accompanied by this 6 years phoenix. Udilong cheerfully called out, "Master." Su Fengnian poked his head out of the curtain and took the spear falcon. He intimately patted its head before untying the string on its leg. Then, he lightly shook his arm. The 6 years phoenix spread its wings and flew high up. It circled above its master's head a few times before suddenly rising up and flying away. The information that came back was only 3 simple words: guard to the death. The meaning was very clear. Wei Jingtang would guard horizontal water city to the death. Su Fengnian sighed softly and said, "The wind knows the strength of the grass." In his joy, Huang Fushi asked doubtfully, why would Wei Jingtang risk his life to guard horizontal water city? Could it be Protector General Chu's secret plan? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, no matter how skilled Fu Shuifang is, he can't bribe a scholar like Wei Jingtang. Su Fengnian thought for a while and said, it's probably because his master Zhang Julu's death that made Wei Jingtang make up his mind. Huang Fushi was still indignant. It's a pity that Ji province only produced 1 Wei Jingtang. Su Fengnian said expressionlessly, why don't you say that the Liang dynasty only produced 1 Zhang Julu? After a short silence, Su Fengnian smiled and said, it seems like you have to go to Yuzhou alone. I'll go to Ji Bei to find Yu Wandao and take a look at that Wei Jingtang. Huang Fushi's heart trembled and he said in shock, Your Highness, are you going to take the risk and personally lead the troops out of the calabash? Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, Huang Fushi jumped off the carriage and rushed to the front of the post house. He then knelt down with a thump and did not say a word. He just knelt there. Udilong hurriedly stopped the carriage. After Su Fengnian got off the carriage, he walked over to help this general of Yuzhou who had lost his composure. However, Huang Fushi, who was once mocked by the officials of Lingzhou as the #1 watchdog under Mount Qingliang, refused to get up. Su Fengnian said in a low voice, Get up. Chapter 1363. Huang Fujin lay prone on the post road and said in a dull voice, If I don't stop His Highness today, I will be scolded to death by Protector General Chu, Commander Yan, and Second Princess tomorrow. A king of Bailiang who killed tens of thousands of enemies and died in battle can't compare to a king of Bailiang who's living well in Bailiang. Su Fengnian frowned. I don't need you to remind me of this. I know better than anyone what's important. Don't worry, I'll bring Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai. Besides, although my realm isn't as good as before, it's not hard for me to escape and protect myself. There aren't many top experts left in Beimang. Huang Fujin was determined to be stubborn to the end. He looked up at Su Fengnian and asked, What if Tuoba Bodhisattva comes to kill you? Su Fengnian said helplessly, Tuoba Bodhisattva is on his way to Lu province. Besides, have you forgotten about Su Yanbing who's about to finish things off at the border of Yuzhou? Seeing that Huang Fujin was still unwilling to get up, Su Fengnian kicked him and said angrily, Huang Fujin, your death remonstrance is 1,000 miles away from the imperial censor of Grand Peace City. Get up. Huang Fujin got up slowly and hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Your Highness, I'll say something rebellious. You can't die. If you die, I'll never be able to become the Gu Jiantang of Bailiang. Su Fengnian only glanced at Huang Fujin's heartfelt words and dismissed them with a smile. Then, he and Udilong each got on a horse and rode away with Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai. Huang Fujin didn't wipe the sweat off his forehead. Both sides knew that what Huang Fujin really wanted to say wasn't the Gu Jiantang of Bailiang, but the Su Shao of Liang dynasty. One day, he would be crowned king. Huang Fujin didn't mind that Su Fengnian knew about his ambitions. The four riders galloped eastward on the post road. Lu Long, whose horsemanship was already very exquisite, turned his head to look at the cavalry and asked, "Master, what did this Yuzhou general say? What oil and what lantern?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "You want to say that he's not easy to deal with? Who did you learn from? Junior sister Wang Sheng or junior brother Lu Yunzhang?" The child chuckled. Su Fengnian teased, "Missing Wang Sheng? Then why didn't you go to Beimang with her?" The child quickly put on a straight face and said seriously, "She went to Beimang with that white fox face to train her martial arts. How can I be a burden to her? She said that when we return to Qingliang, she will definitely beat me and Lu Yunzhang alone." Su Fengnian said meaningfully, "You've already lost half the battle." Yu Dilong was stunned. "Junior sister, are you really able to master the most powerful sword art in Beimang?" Then, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Su Fengnian shook his head. The taciturn Mi Fengjie said worriedly, "In the end, Ji province is not Beiliang. There are many hidden spies. Your Highness should be careful." Su Fengnian nodded. Mi Fengjie secretly glanced at the female sacrificial warrior, Fan Shaochai. This mysterious grandmaster didn't understand why Su Fengnian wanted to bring her along. Mi Fengjie was determined to keep a close eye on her, just in case. Fan Shaochai looked ahead with an indifferent expression. Ji province was once part of northern Han. In fact, it wasn't just the Han family of Ji province. Northern Han's rule had lasted for more than 160 years. Too many aristocratic families had once been Northern Han subjects. As for her Fan family, it had been loyal for generations. Su Fengnian suddenly said, "This time, you might not have the opportunity to visit the graves of the Fan family's ancestors. If you decide to stay in Ji province, I can agree to it right now. You don't need to be in a hurry to answer. We can talk about it when we get there." Fan Shaochai suddenly bit her lip, causing blood to seep out. Her eyes were crazed. She laughed, "I don't have the face to visit the graves of my ancestors. Since I can't kill you, and don't even dare to attack you, I can watch you die on the battlefield with my own eyes." The famed sword in Mi Fengjie's case shook violently. He angrily shouted, "Fan Shaochai! Are you seeking death?" Fan Shaochai's shoulders trembled slightly. Her laughter grew louder and louder. Sitting high on her horse, her face was full of disdain. "TSK, TSK. A mysterious finger expert. I am truly afraid of death." Su Fengnian calmly said, "Enough." Mi Fengjie took a deep breath. Fan Shaochai immediately retracted her crazed aura. Their mounts paused for no reason. The neglected child, Yu Dilong, looked at the old man who reached out to support the sword case, and then looked at the young woman whose fingers were a little green from holding the reins. This eldest disciple of Su Fengnian secretly curled his lips. Su Fengnian closed his eyes. He knew that many people had already begun to die in Yuzhou. The Hanlin predecessors of the Liang dynasty were not stingy with their writing when they wrote the history of Northern Han. Unlike the deliberate belittling of Vietnam and Tang, they were especially appreciative of Northern Han, especially Ji province. They called it, Ji province is full of heroes. They were all brave warriors who died with a clear conscience. However, in the confrontation with the butcher Su Shao, the Fan family, the mainstay of the Northern Han army, had one soldier after another bravely sacrificed themselves. After the Han family had submitted to the Liang dynasty and had their entire family executed, the veteran General Yang Shenxing was the first to be trapped in the Guangling circuit. Ji province was like an old man past his prime who refused to accept his old age. In the end, it was truly old. As the sun set in the west, two people stood side by side on the city walls of Transverse Water City, located at the forefront of northern Ji. The man wearing the uniform of a Liang civil official was in his 40s. He had a scholarly and refined temperament, but his face had the rough and weathered appearance of someone who had lived on the border for a long time. He was Transverse Water City's garrison general, Wei Jingtang, second in the imperial examination in the 9th year of Yonghui. However, he did not choose to use the Hanlin Academy as a springboard for his career. Instead, he first observed politics in the Ministry of War for half a year. Very quickly, he requested to be transferred to the border of Liaodong. As a result, Wei Jingtang came to Ji province. First, he served as the county magistrate of southern Ji. As his official rank grew higher and higher, the area under his jurisdiction grew closer and closer to the border of Ji province. Finally, he became the commanding officer of the military administration of Transverse Water City. He was only at the 4th rank. In terms of profiting, as long as he did not touch the border trade, he could not even compare to the county magistrates of Jiangnan. In terms of official prestige, he was far inferior to the outstanding figures who had passed the imperial examinations. There was a man from the same hometown as him who was only a top 3 jinshi. When he was young, he had a grudge with him. In the capital, he was only the commanding officer of the Ministry of War. Over the years, he had been making things difficult for him. Previously, when the Ministry of War was observing politics at the border, there was a man from the same year who brought a letter to Wei Jingtang. In the letter, he asked Wei Jingtang how the sandstorm in the northwest tastes. He even threatened to make Wei Jingtang drink in this godforsaken place for the rest of his life. Wei Jingtang smiled at this. That fellow student who had clung onto the capital's third Prince Jean would probably never be able to understand how the barren desert frontier fortress in his eyes was, and how it could make a scholar give up his brush and join the army without regret. The young general standing beside Wei Jingtang was the young commanding officer of the Yuzhou cavalry, Yu Wandao. Previously, when the Beimang cavalry demonstrated their power outside the pass, Liu Yanlang gave up on Silver Sparrow City, leaving behind only a few old and weak soldiers and a dozen or so officials who didn't know how to show respect to their superiors. Yu Wandao's cavalry wasn't in a hurry to enter the city. Instead, they set up camp outside Silver Sparrow City. When they realized that there wasn't any movement in Transverse Water City, they entered the city alone 2 days ago to find Wei Jingtang. After that, Yu Wandao's subordinates took over the granary of Silver Sparrow City. Wei Jingtang had the right to control it, but he just turned a blind eye to it. Some of his subordinates were angry, but Wei Jingtang only said one sentence: Transverse Water City can't touch Silver Sparrow's grain. If we take even 1 grain, someone will lose his position. However, instead of being treated as an invasion by the Beimang barbarians, what's wrong with handing it over to someone who is willing to draw a blade against the Beimang? The extraordinarily handsome Yu Wandao didn't just have the peerless blade passed down from his ancestors, Great Luan, on his waist, he also had a brand new cold blade that was equally eye-piercing. He asked softly, Lord Wei, I still don't understand. However, I still want to thank you on behalf of the Bailiang. Wei Jingtang was silent. His expression was resolute as he gazed at the endless desert of yellow sand. Not moving south was a crime. Allowing the Silver Sparrow's grain to be taken by the Yuzhou cavalry was an even greater crime. If that official from the Ministry of War returned to the capital and wrote a report, saying a few words of incompetence in governance, it would be another crime. Being punished for several crimes was already enough for Wei Jingtang to lose his head. Those old brothers of his who had exchanged their lives with him in Transverse Autumn City didn't understand either. Some of them almost wanted to tie him up and take him to Jinan, saying that Transverse Water City could be defended to the death by them. They didn't need Wei Jingtang alone. However, Wei Jingtang still stood here in the end. Yu Wandao laughed. Although there are some people from Jizhou who risked their lives to support the grain supply for my 10,000 cavalry, without the Silver Sparrow's granary, we would still be stretched thin today. That Yuan Tingshan can't wait to give me a taste of his own medicine. Wei Jingtang said impartially, although his character is like a clown and is loathsome, I have to admit that this man's management and command of troops is not bad. Yu Wandao looked at the wisps of smoke rising from several tens of miles away, then smiled and said, Lord Wei, just take it that I'm just trying to spite you. Today, I'm going to teach you one thing. Although the cavalry of Tranquil Province is not as strong as the cavalry of Liang Province, they are much stronger than your northern Ji cavalry. Wei Jingtang smiled faintly and said helplessly, I'll wait and see. Yul Wandao turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back. He took down the cold blade from his waist and placed it on the city wall. With a solemn expression, he said, "Lord Wei, whether you accept it or not, I'll give you this cold blade. I, Bailiang, respect all those who dare to fight to the death." Wei Jingtang didn't pick up the cold blade. He smiled and asked, "Even if I'm the Grand Secretary's disciple? Even if I've been scolding General Su Shao as a traitor to the country?" Yul Wandao laughed and cupped his fists. He left the cold blade behind and left in a carefree manner. Wei Jingtang watched as the eldest grandson of the Yu family, who was supposed to have a bright future in Li Yang's officialdom, walked down the city wall. He retracted his gaze and looked at the Bailiang blade. He said softly, "What a Bailiang." Chapter 1364. Wei Jingtang raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes brimming with tears. He smiled and said, "Teacher, in your letter, you asked me if I dared to go down and drink with you. Student Wei Jingtang is more than happy to do so." Outside the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou, in a massive commander's tent that was heavily guarded by soldiers, the coals produced by the finest carp kiln burned fiercely, blocking out the spring chill. Of the 30-some people in the tent, half of them were dressed in the armor of Beimang's high-ranking military officers, while the other half were dressed in the uniform of the Southern Dynasty's Ministry of War. The latter were all between 20 and 30 years old. At this moment, the vanguard of the army had already begun to break through the mouth of the gourd. The vanguard had over 90,000 people, with the main general, Yang Yuanzhan, commanding the various troops. The main force was the 30,000 personal soldiers of this great general of Beimang, while the various garrisons of Dragon Waste Province had 40,000 soldiers. However, the true elites were the 20,000 Ruren cavalry under the command of the Southern Dynasty's assistant minister of the Ministry of War. The Ruren Mountains had always been an important source of troops for the elite cavalry of the northern plains. It produced fine horses, but it also produced strong soldiers. Most importantly, compared to other places, the Ruren cavalry were more obedient, willing to give up their lives and daring to fight to the death. Beimang and Liang had fought so many great battles during Yonghui's reign. The valiance displayed by the Ruren cavalry had even caused many famous generals of the Central Plains to raise their eyebrows. Back then, even the old Grand Secretary of Liang had to admit that the barbarians here had the style of the Great Qin. Other than the vanguard led by Yang Yuanzhan, who had already driven south, the remaining 200,000 soldiers were still biding their time outside the mouth of the gourd. Compared to the invasions of the nomads in history, this expedition south to Beimang was clearly more methodical. Yang Yuanzhan was the nominal commander-in-chief of Beimang's eastern front. However, after Yang Yuanzhan led the troops out, there was no chaos in the seemingly leaderless commander's tent. Countless orders for the deployment of troops were accurately issued from here to the various armies. This was all thanks to Dong Zhuo, the #1 military and political figure in the Southern Dynasty. After he became the king of the Southern Courtyard, he focused on restructuring the Ministry of War and added the position of strategist in front of the curtains. He took the opportunity to promote a large group of young people to become the staff of the Ministry of War. Everyone was bestowed with fine clothes and jade belts by the emperor. Hence, they were nicknamed strategist in front of the curtains. Even though their ranks were not high, they were considered to be of low status and power. As long as the strategies they formulated were reviewed by the Ministry of War in the western capital, not to mention the generals of the towns and the prairie lord, even the prefectures of the various provinces and generals like Yang Yuanzhan and Hong Jingyan had to follow the rules. After the start of the war, these strategists all left the Ministry of War and followed the army. Most of them rushed to the eastern front. Dong Zhuo gave them the power to act according to the circumstances. Of course, it was impossible for there to be no opposition in the imperial court in the western capital. However, Fatty Dong didn't pay much attention to them and even shamelessly used Her Majesty's imperial edict as a shield. Furthermore, the young people who rose to the center of the imperial court overnight were mostly from the Yelu and Murong surnames, or the flaming and plump aristocrats from Longguan. They were the young talents from the North, 7, South, and 3 surnames A in Beimang. It could be said that Dong Zhuo's exceptional promotion had captured almost all the top aristocrats in Beimang in one fell swoop. As a result, the saliva in the western capital didn't even need to be refuted by the king of the south courtyard, who knew how to conduct himself. However, Beimang soon realized how insidious and cunning Fatty Dong was. These strategists were divided into two groups. One group went to the eastern front to impede General Yang Yuanzhan, and the other group went to the western front where General Lu Gui was. Only the central front didn't have any strategists. However, the general situation had been determined. In addition, the war in the north of Liangzhou was destined to be the deadliest and bloodiest. It wasn't easy to gain military merits there. Therefore, the old and cunning elders behind the strategists could only pinch their noses and admit defeat. However, when almost everyone thought that the Battle of Heluku in Yuzhou was just a side dish to the war in Liangzhou, the king of the south courtyard, Dong Zhuo, actually came here in person and joined a group of strategists. In the military tent as spacious as a hall, Dong Zhuo stood at the northernmost position at one end of the long table. On the table was a sand table with mountains, rivers, and cities. The terrain of Heluku could be seen at a glance. In the last years of the Great Feng dynasty, there was a generation of mathematicians who proposed the tilt reordering method in their works. Later, there was the six directions map. After more than 300 years of improvement, Huang Longshe proposed the theory of altitude, which made the sand table technology reach its peak. Therefore, today's sand table was so delicate and accurate that it was enough to stun the ancients. On this sand table, the system of Heluku Wu Castle created by Hong Xinjia was most directly reflected. The 3 cities, 6 passes, and 200 strongholds were all marked on the sand table. As the number of beacon towers was too small, only those important beacon towers that occupied dangerous places were marked with small flags less than an inch long. The king of the south courtyard, who was travel-worn, had just arrived here with hundreds of Dong family's cavalrymen. After drinking a mouthful of coarse milk tea with a strong smell of mutton to drive away the cold, he asked a young strategist from a major clan in Gusai province to tell him the progress of the Battle of Heluku Wu Castle. The latter, who was holding a slender long pole made of jasper, drew a big circle on the sand table and said loudly, "Bailiang put Hong Xinjia in an important position. By the beginning of this spring, he has built 214 strongholds in Heluku in Yuzhou province." The Battle of Mount Daxing in Liang province started in the first year of Yonghui province. Upon hearing this, a prairie lord, who was planning to come to Yuzhou province to snatch food, people, and military exploits, could not help but roll his eyes and say, "Don't talk about those boring things. Just tell us where our sons have fought their way to Heluku Wu Castle and how many heads they have chopped off. It's easy for you to say it, kid, but King Dong and we can also hear it clearly. Every time I hear you people who have read books talking about it, I feel like I'm going to doze off." Dong Zhuo did not even look at that big talker, but stared at the sand table and said slowly, "Go on." The prairie lord immediately shrunk his neck and dared not to act rashly. The strategist continued, "Mount Daxing in Liang province was first proposed by the Han family of Ji province. Their original intention was to reduce the pressure of grain and fodder supply when Liang province launched the war in the early days. Later on, Liang province took the opportunity to withdraw all the border armies in Ji province and move them inwards to strengthen the internal defense and shorten the transportation distance of grain and fodder. Once the war broke out, they could use the fort to slow down the vanguard of the enemy, and then the main force in the rear would wait for an opportunity to strike. However, over the past 10 years, Liang province has purposely placed more emphasis on the 2 Liao provinces and neglected Ji province. Obviously, they have the intention to use Ji province, a soft persimmon, as the opening of Yuzhou province. As long as our army chooses Ji province as the breakthrough point, Bailiang and the 2 Liao provinces will be able to launch a pincer attack." The strategist pointed at somewhere north of Heluku Wu Castle with the long jasper pole in his hand. "Bailiang's fort is especially majestic. The big fort has more than 1,000 steps around it, and the small fort has more than 800 steps around it. The big fort has 600 steps around it, and the small fort has 300 steps around it. Moreover, the fort has never had a fixed shape. It is closely connected to the geography of Heluku Wu Castle, tightly controlling the river valley. Most of the walls are made of rammed earth, and some of them are covered with bricks. Many forts have several layers inside and outside, with different heights. If we are careless, even if we successfully break through the fort's gate, we will still have to fight a tough battle. This is enough to show Hong Xinjia's sinister intentions. For example, the group of forts here at Huluku-Wu Castle, with the Jujube Horse Fort as the core, and the Green Wind Fort Be Rising Fort and the other 18 forts surrounding and protecting them. In total, there are 3,400 garrison soldiers. The first fierce battle between the two sides will definitely take place here. The jade pole in his hand shifted slightly to the south. If Beiliang's Huluku-Wu Castle was only blocked by these forts, it would not be worth mentioning. However, after Chen Zhibao became the governor of Beiliang, 3 towering and sturdy cities were built at Huluku-Wu Castle. Although they are far inferior to the number 1 town in the northwest, Huda City, they are definitely not to be underestimated. This Crouching Bao City, built against the mountain, is one of them. In fact, all the forts in the northern line of defense at Huluku-Wu Castle are attached to Crouching Bao City. Unlike the forts that only defend to the death, the 3 cities of Huluku-Wu Castle each have a different number of elite cavalry troops from Yuzhou. A major 3rd-rank general from Zhu province laughed and said that Yuzhou also has a capable cavalry troop. I thought that Yan Wenluan's subordinates were only a group of soldiers crawling like turtles. The story of turtles crawling like turtles had been circulating in Beimang for a long time. In the past 20 years, most of the battles in Liangmang took place on the northern line of defense in Liangzhou. Yuzhou had always been sparse. Beiliang infantry commander Yan Wenluan, this old tiger, had no power to speak of in the eyes of Beimang. The younger Beimang generals were somewhat convinced by Beiliang governor Chu Lushan or the new cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong. After all, Yuan Zuozong's military achievements in the several large-scale battles in the hinterland of Beimang many years ago were obvious to all. That Lu Qiu'er even chased the current king of South Courtyard for almost 1,000 li. Moreover, Beimang's cavalry was like the wind. How could they pay attention to slow infantry? Therefore, Yan Wenluan had the nickname of Turtle General in Beimang. Dong Zhuo finally spoke with a solemn expression. All of you are clearly aware that my Dong clan army consists mostly of infantrymen. But perhaps all of you aren't aware that I, Dong Zhuo, learned from Yan Wenluan when I first trained my infantrymen. Although now it's enough to look down on most of the Yuzhou infantry, Yan Wenluan, who you laughed at as Turtle General, has 1,000 heavy armored soldiers under his command. His fighting strength is still worthy of being called the world's number 1 infantry troop. How's the fighting strength of Dong infantry? Do I need to boast? Dong Zhuo raised his head and looked at the people present with cold eyes. The Yuzhou cavalry is not good enough? Don't forget that the Longxiang army that turned our Gusai province into a sieve was based on the Yuzhou cavalry. Dong Zhuo smiled gloomily, revealing his white teeth. Right, I forgot to tell you a secret. After General Yang Yuanzhan learned that he was going to fight Yan Wenluan, he had already made arrangements for his funeral. If you think that I, Dong Zhuo, am boosting the morale of others and diminishing my own prestige, it's fine. I'll say the ugly words first. When the time comes, whoever is hurt by the Yuzhou garrison, remember not to complain to me or His Majesty. Chapter 1365. The armored generals present were all a bit resentful, but the strategists who had been treated with disdain recently only felt pleased. A while ago, the latter patiently explained the terrain, structure, and distribution of troops to the vanguard generals in detail, down to the details of each fort and each beacon. This seemingly trivial information was precious military intelligence obtained by Beimang's spies with their blood. Only, at that time, most of the military officers in the army were just yawning. In their eyes, wherever Beimang's iron cavalry went, those who surrendered would be killed, and those who didn't would be killed even more. War was just that simple. Why would they need to embroider like a woman? This kind of deep-rooted understanding could not be changed by the strategists who were only minor 6th rank and major 7th rank. However, the arrival of South Courtyard's King Dong Zhuo, who was currently in the limelight, made all of the generals more or less alert. This was especially true when he mentioned Great General Yang Yuanzhan's funeral arrangements. It made several of Yang Yuanzhan's trusted generals break out in cold sweat. Under the hint of Dongzhuo's gaze, the strategists who felt refreshed began to speak tirelessly. Using continuous forts to block our army's attack was just the naive view of the civil officials in Liang's imperial court more than 10 years ago. In fact, back then, the embryonic form of North Ji Castle had already clearly told both sides that without a majestic city as the core of the defense, Liang's idea of making Mang cavalry unable to penetrate deep into the enemy was too naive. There were many forts in North Ji Castle at that time, with some 50 li away and some 30 li close. They could be said to be closely distributed to the crucial points of defense. However, back then, our great Mang used countless successful surprise attacks to prove one thing, that forts were indeed the key points of defense. Wanting to stop a nimble cavalry army from advancing south was just a pipe dream. Ji province's forts were like trees in a forest, and the troops were divided into different areas. How could they dare to fight? Therefore, later on, Liang's imperial censors impeached those North Ji Castle's officers, scolding them that Ko Daji hid like a turtle. Ko Xiaoji still did not dare to fight, only daring to fight when the Ko Daji retreated several hundred li. When he spoke up to hear, the strategist revealed a faint smile. He reached out his hand and pointed at his own nose. And the Liyang imperial censors esteemed lords are talking about is precisely our northern Mang cavalry. Everyone in the tent burst into laughter. Even Dongzhuo had a faint smile on his face. A grassland chief, who had tens of thousands of herdsmen under his command, laughed out loud and said, Huyan Junji, if you had said that earlier, we wouldn't have been so impatient. You always talk about how formidable those forts in Yu province are, but if you don't properly praise us great Mang boys, wouldn't we, the rough men who feel that learning to read is even more terrifying than being beheaded, not be able to listen? This time, Dongzhuo came to Yu province mainly to pour cold water on the generals in the east front, but he also had the intention of improving the stiff relationship between strategists and generals with real power. In Beimang, especially in the northern grassland royal court, there was only one word to describe it: rough. As the number one official in the southern court, what Dongzhuo wanted to do was to combine the brains of the southern court with the military force of the northern court. Not only should the two sides not hinder each other, they should also try their best to cooperate. This was definitely not a daydream of Dongzhuo, because those strategists who knew the essence of the war in the Central Plains and were proficient in military strategies on paper were in the same boat as the generals on the front line. After all, they were bound together for good or ill. As long as Dongzhuo broke through the window paper, the two sides would be able to work together as one. They would earn military merits on horseback and divide military merits on horseback. If they could take down Yu province and Beiliang in one go, it would be tantamount to taking off the clothes of this pretentious noble lady in the Central Plains. By then, the iron cavalry of Beimang would be unstoppable, and the ruler of the Central Plains would be surnamed Murong, just like His Majesty. Dongzhuo subconsciously clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing. As long as he could take down Beiliang, the general trend would be in the hands of Beimang. In the future, it would be impossible to rely on the famous generals of Liang to stop the iron cavalry from going south. The only real enemy of Beimang was the tall cities that were in the way. Thinking of this, Dongzhuo walked to a side table in the tent. On the table, there was a wooden model of the three cities inside the gourd mouth. It was made by skilled craftsmen. The Taiping order had ordered the craftsmen in the western capital to make it carefully. There were about 40 of them, including all the important cities in Beiliang. They were specially made for the generals on the front line to know the structure of the cities in Beiliang. There were 8 of them in Yuzhou on the eastern front. 3 of them were placed in the tent for the time being. At that time, the carriage was bumpy, and the wooden model made from Chongqing City was broken into pieces. Many strategists went to the imperial clan official in charge of the delivery to ask for an explanation. That guy, who had the surname Yelu, picked his nose and said whatever he wanted. At that time, there were dozens of strong retainers behind him. They had already taken out their swords and were about to chop those strategists. Then, a few days later, an imperial edict arrived. That imperial clan official was beheaded on the spot, and all his retainers were sentenced to death. The brand new wooden model from Chongqing City was also sent. The eunuch who delivered the edict only said to the official's backer, this model was personally supervised by the Taiping order. Therefore, the trembling Yellow general immediately gave up the idea of crying injustice for his nephew. The strategists once again described the structure of the wooden model to the generals in the tent. They explained what the battlements were, what the parapets were, what the horse-faced platform was, and what the various crossbow configurations were, interspersed with the battles of the Central Plains in a certain dynasty. When the strategist whose mouth was dry finally finished speaking, Dong Zhuo said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the cities in the Central Plains are filled with traps, and the layout is exquisite. You must remember one thing. As siege generals, the more we know how to defend a city, the more lives we, the Northern Mang men, can have." Dong Zhuo raised his arm and pointed in the direction of the gourd. Crouching Bao City is the first city in Yuzhou. In order to uproot it, we will definitely have thousands or even tens of thousands of people die there. It is destined that we will never be able to return to our hometown on the grassland. Of course, I hope that everyone in our army can enter the hinterland of Yuzhou alive. We can even fight all the way to Xiangfan and Liang and the southern border guarded by the king of Yan. We can see what the sea looks like. But this is not realistic. People will die in war. Otherwise, General Yang Yuanzhan would not fight this battle with the determination to die. Dong Zhuo's face suddenly turned ferocious. He said sternly, "I, Dong Zhuo, came here today just to say a few words from my heart. Even if my Beimang men have to die, they will die in a place further south." Chapter 1366. If I have to die, I don't want to die in Bailiang, where the land is barren and the territory is narrow. I want to die in the rich Central Plains, under Grand Peace City, on the shores of the South Sea. Beimang's 90,000 vanguard troops poured into the mouth of the gourd like a flood bursting through a dam. Those forts were like unremarkable pebbles on a shoal, instantly submerged. The northernmost beehive fort at the mouth of the gourd, together with the 6 beacons and 197 Yuzhou officers, all died in battle, without a single arrow remaining. Clear Phoenix Fort was broken through. 362 men, all unsheathed cold blades, died in battle. White Horse Fort was broken through. 213 men, without a single place within the fort, all died in battle. At the heart of the northern group of forts at the mouth of the gourd was Jujube Horse Village. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Apart from the Beimang cavalry, who had been seriously injured and flustered, who added a blade to the back of the corpses, not a single person died while fleeing. Their wounds were all in front of their bodies. Apart from the last Chicken Crow village in the south, all of the 18 forts around Jujube Horse Village were broken through by the Beimang army. Not a single person surrendered. Chicken Crow Village was different from the other forts, which were mostly built in river valleys. It was located on a precipitous cliff of a short mountain. Countless Beimang cavalry quickly passed by the 2 sides of the mountain, whistling through the air like the wind. Most likely in pursuit of speed, they wanted to push out of crouching Bao City as quickly as possible. They didn't pay any attention to this isolated and unimportant little village. Within the village, there wasn't even a commander-in-chief, but a mere deputy commander-in-chief. When all of the soldiers were gathered together, there were more than 230 of them. Everyone could clearly hear the loud trampling of Beimang horses at the foot of the mountain, as well as the strange cries of those northern barbarians as they galloped forward. Chicken Crow Village's deputy commander-in-chief, Tang Yanchao, was a tall, middle-aged man. He was a classic veteran ruffian from the border. Alcohol was prohibited in the army, and there were several times where he had messed up matters because of alcohol. This man, who could have become a commander-in-chief long ago, was wasting his time in Chicken Crow Village. Every time he drank, Tang Yanchao would brag to his mostly young subordinates about how he had once been the personal guard of the previous cavalry deputy commander, Wei Taizhan, and how he had followed the commander-in-chief in his early years and slaughtered his way through Beimang territory. The youngsters in the village at first, but after years and years of listening to those things, calluses. As a result, every time Tang Yanchao bragged after drinking, many people would shake their heads and make faces. If Tang Yanchao wasn't drunk to death and saw these little bastards imitating him behind his back, he wouldn't get angry to see these little bastards to not know how to respect a hero to respect. In the past, even when Yuzhou generals came to patrol the village, Tang Yanchao, who didn't wear his armor neatly, was dressed meticulously for the first time. Even his sloppy beard had been shaved off, making him almost unrecognizable as the great deputy commander-in-chief. If it were any other time, there would definitely be a few bold young soldiers who would approach him with a mischievous smile and say, "Oh, the deputy commander-in-chief looks like a dog. Why haven't you found your sister-in-law yet?" However, at this moment, most people only had heavy hearts and couldn't squeeze out a smile. The elders from the stronghold stood beside Tang Yanchao and were also silently inspecting the armor and crossbow sabers. Tang Yanchao looked around and said indifferently, "Those who aren't over 20 years old, and those who are the only children in your families, stand obediently where you are. Those who aren't, take a step forward." Not counting Tang Yanchao and the 7 people on his left and right, more than half of the 221 people in front had walked out. Tang Yanchao looked over and suddenly pointed at a baby-faced soldier and scolded with a smile, "Bai Youfu, if I remember correctly, you're only 18 years old. You don't even look like you're 15. Scram back." Look, the great deputy commander-in-chief had finally put on some airs of this official, but he was immediately exposed after a few words. He deserved to be called this old man for the rest of his life. The soldier named Bai Youfu blushed and said loudly, "Father said that it's a matter of course for soldiers to fight and be paid. Then, it's also a matter of course to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy." Tang Yanchao put one hand on the Bailiang's saber at his waist and said with a smile, "Then, didn't your mother secretly tell you not to fight with your life?" Bai Youfu's face was full of embarrassment. He said softly, "She really did." Laughter immediately broke out. After Tang Yanchao raised his hand, the village returned to its previous silence. This deputy commander-in-chief, who probably hadn't even heard of the Yuzhou provincial governor, said in a deep voice, "General Yan previously ordered that our Calabash fort only needed to defend to the death and not go out to meet the enemy." Tang Yanchao paused for a moment. "Therefore, I, Tang Yanchao, am going out to kill the barbarians this time because I, Tang Yanchao, have disobeyed military orders. Those who stand in place and stay in the fort, and those who step out don't need to go down the mountain. Yes, once we go down the mountain, we'll be stuck at the foot of the mountain for the rest of our lives. There's nothing to hide. No one's an idiot. I, Tang Yanchao, have lived for 40 years and have gone to the battlefield more than 40 times. If we count it up, it's more than once a year. Other than not being able to find a wife in this life, there's nothing else to say. You kids who haven't even reached the age of 20, it's still too early for you to live long enough. Live well." Tang Yanchao pointed to the north and said fiercely, "This old man can't become a commander-in-chief or a high-ranking official. It's not embarrassing. But Li Jing, Hu Lin, and Lu Ziyuan in the fort in the north must have died in battle. If this old man hides and doesn't die, I can't afford to lose this face. Even if this old man can afford to lose this face, our pheasant fort can't." Tang Yanchao roared angrily, "Those who step out, follow this old man. When we get down there and there's no military law to control us, Tang Yanchao will drink to his heart's content with my brothers." On this day, Pheasant Fort's vice-captain, Tang Yanchao, was the first to die at the foot of the mountain outside the fort. Soon after, the remaining 80 people who were under the age of 20 also died in battle. Among them, Bai Youfu was stabbed in the neck by a Beimang cavalryman who was charging at full speed. Before he died, he only had one thought. It would be even better if he could fight his way into Beimang territory and die there. Not long after, a white-haired, dignified old general stopped his horse at the foot of the mountain. After dismounting, he looked at the bloody battlefield where the corpses had been split into 2 groups. The old man calmly asked a general whose armor was stained with blood beside him, "How many people did we lose?" The general wiped his face fiercely. "The bows and crossbows of the fort in Yuzhou are extremely sharp, and everyone fought to the death. I only know that over 4,000 of us died in battle, and even more were injured." It was precisely the commander of the Eastern Front, Yang Yuanzhan. His expression was grave as he sighed heavily. They still hadn't seen Crouching Bao's city of the 3 cities at the Gourd Gate, nor had they seen Yan Wenluan's elite infantry. Yang Yuanzhan looked at the pheasant fort on the mountain that was destined to be empty and muttered to himself, "There's no way to fight this battle." Chapter 1367. After Su Fengnian entered Jizhou, he donned a mask made of roots. This mask was the handiwork of the witch of the southern border, Xu Xiu. When Su Fengnian had snuck into Beimang, it was thanks to these ingenious items. The four of them crossed the border. The spies of the Fu Shui chamber had long since prepared 4 impeccable travel documents. At present, the tyrants of Bailiang were like a swarm of ants that had been disturbed by a child. They all fled for their lives. Su Fengnian's meager group of 4 was completely inconspicuous. Fan Shaochai knew that he was going to Hengshui City in Ji North to meet with Yue Wandao and Wei Jingtang. However, although the 4 of them traveled day and night without rest, they did not take the shortest route. Instead, they traveled directly into the heart of Jizhou. Ultimately, they arrived at Dajian City, which had been built during the last years of the Great Feng dynasty. Su Fengnian was in no hurry to enter the city. Instead, he reined in his horse and stopped on the official road outside the city. With a complicated expression, he gazed at the silent city. As the former capital of Northern Han, it could be said that the city was filled with the relatives of officials, and nobles. Back then, Su Xiao, who was one of the top generals, had led an army to attack Northern Han. All of Jizhou had been trampled to pieces by the armored cavalry of the Su family. Only Dajian City had managed to escape the calamity. When the army slowly approached the city, disaster was imminent. That night, countless scholars drank and sang. It was said that one could smell the strong scent of alcohol from 3 li outside the city. As a result, there was the story of 300 Han retainers, drunk to death in one night. Fan Shaochai had wandered from place to place due to the destruction of her country and her family. However, as a descendant of the loyal and fierce Fan clan, even though she had been fleeing for her life was generally stable. She had once lived in Dajian City for more than half a year. She did not have to worry about food or clothing, enjoying the lanterns during the Lantern Festival and going on field trips. At that time, she still had many naive thoughts. If Northern Han were still around, perhaps she would have lived a more extravagant life. She would have married a handsome young man from an aristocratic family of equal social status. They would have helped each other in difficult times, assisted her husband and taught her children, and grown old together. Her grandfather, father, and so many uncles wouldn't have died on the battlefield. In the end, she was the only one left. If she hadn't been chosen by Zhao Go, then the Fan family wouldn't even have a single person to worship their ancestors. Mi Fengjie, who was obsessed with martial arts, did not have such sentimental feelings. The sword case on his back was already wrapped in a cotton cloth. Just by looking at his posture, this hidden sword cave master, who had left the orthodox Jianghu for too many years, did not have the demeanor of a grandmaster. He looked more like a rigid old servant who did not know the ways of the world. Su Fengnian softly said, "Enter the city." The 4 riders immediately galloped toward the city gate. Aside from Fan Shaochai, whose appearance was enough to arouse pity, who was fiercely glared at by the city guards, nothing else happened. After entering the city from the south, Su Fengnian familiarly led them to the north of the city. Along the way, they passed through streets and alleys. Fan Shaochai was inevitably surprised. Logically speaking, Su Fengnian should not be so familiar with the layout of Dajian City. In the end, the 4 of them stopped at a place called the Green Bamboo Restaurant in the north of the city. The restaurant's business was booming, and it was difficult to find an empty chair on the first floor. The waiter who welcomed the guests was not very good either. He was so greedy that he couldn't get out. He casually led the 4 people's mounts to the stable. After that, he didn't care whether the guests lived or died. If they wanted to eat and drink, just wait. He didn't believe that the 4 foreign guests would change places. The 4 of them had no choice but to wait for an empty table in front of the counter that was piled with green bamboo boards. Su Fengnian was bored to death. He picked up a green bamboo stick. The name of the dish was engraved on it, along with the price. It was not cheap at all. It was almost as expensive as the price in the capital. Of course, now there were 4 more fat lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Su Fengnian was admiring the beautiful calligraphy on the bamboo board. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the clever young waiter going up to the second floor. Su Fengnian smiled knowingly. He most likely figured out the origin of the 4 horses. Before leaving Yu Province, the 4 warhorses of Yu Province were replaced by Hezhou courier horses. Before entering the territory of Ji Province, the spies of Whisk Chamber secretly contacted them had also replaced them with 4 high-quality Ji Province warhorses. Su Fengnian noticed the suspicious behavior of the waiter. Apart from Yu Dilong, Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai also noticed the peculiarity of this green bamboo restaurant. Especially Fan Shaochai, who had just been promoted to the position of Grand Master of Whisk Chamber because of her meritorious service. Under her timid appearance, she was emitting a very well-hidden bloodthirsty aura. Mi Fengjie glanced at her with disgust. It was one thing for such a beautiful woman to be a man of sacrifice and a spy, but why did she like to kill people? Moreover, she usually tortured people to death. Fan Shaochai looked back at Mi Fengjie provocatively. This made the hidden sword cave master, who was already full of resentment towards this crazy woman, even more murderous. If it were not for the king of Bailiang beside him and the sword box on Mi Fengjie's back that contained 8 specially selected famous swords, he would not mind chopping this woman into 8 pieces. Many of the rich guests in the restaurant were actually quite smart. They purposely spoke the truth after drinking. They were all shouting something like, "Lady Boss. Come, give me a toast. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman. I only drink wine and not people. Lady of the Su family, how come I've never seen your husband show his face? What a bastard. In this frigid weather, aren't you afraid that Lady Su will suffer at night? Shopkeeper, I've eaten more than 10 meals in this green bamboo restaurant. My expenses are enough to get me the title of courtesan of a second-rate brothel in Dajian City. You're so good. You don't even let me touch your hand. How can you do business like this in this world?" The first floor was not only filled with dirty and coarse men. There were also many elegant scholars dressed in green robes. Most of them were in their 20s, and they were trying their best to endure the filthy words that were ringing in their ears. As the world in Ji Province was not peaceful, the situation of scholars was getting worse and worse. If it were a few years ago, they would have already slammed the table and stood up to curse these ruffians. They would not even dare to talk back, let alone hit them. However, Ji Province was in constant turmoil. First, General Yang Shinxing, the divine pillar of Ji Province, took away all the old soldiers of Ji Province. Then, Yuan Tingshan, the dragon that crossed the river, came to Ji Province and became the king of Ji Province. Not only was he the son-in-law of Gu Jiantang, he also abducted a woman from the Li family of Yanbao in Ji Province to be his concubine. Furthermore, he held the military power in his hands. All the sects and clans in Ji Province followed his lead. In just a blink of an eye, Yuan Tingshan had dealt with a few local tyrants who refused to submit to him. Now, it was rumored that Bei Mang had sent tens of thousands of cavalry to the south. The only good news in Ji Province was that the grievances of the Han family had been cleared. The current emperor personally gave the posthumous title of Wu Xiang, the old patriarch of the Han family, Han Baidu. Not only was the posthumous title of Wu Xiang not the second rank of Zhong, or at most, the posthumous title of Wu Xiang, which was ranked 5th among the 8 posthumous titles of Wu Xiang. Not to mention the widespread posthumous titles before Li Yang seized the world. Ever since the reign of Yonghui, the Zhao family of Li Yang had always been suspicious of valuing the civil and belittling the military when it came to the posthumous titles of their subjects. Putting aside the extreme exception of the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, the few old generals who had made meritorious contributions during the spring and autumn period were given posthumous titles of Zhong, Jian, Jing, and so on. Perhaps only General Gu Jiantang had the chance to ascend to the throne after his death, thus he was given the posthumous title of Wu Ning. From this, it could be seen that the new emperor of Li Yang had made an exception for the Han family, which had said, if the monarch wanted a subject to die, the subject would die generously. Even more exciting was the fact that before the Han family had been cleared of wrongdoing by the imperial court, an astonishing piece of news had already spread from Jizhou. An orphan of the Han family who had escaped calamity had appeared. Following his appearance, a touching story began to circulate in the streets of Jizhou. It was said that the reason why the eldest grandson of the Han family did not die was not because the Han family wanted to leave behind an incense stick, but rather because a loyal and righteous guest of the family had joined forces with a Jianghu martial grandmaster who had received the Han family's favor in his early years. They had carried away the young child behind the Han family's back. Unfortunately, the guest who had died during their escape had said, "The Han family has treated me like a national hero, so I will repay them with a national hero." Although this person's name was obscure, the martial grandmaster was a renowned Jianghu hero from 20 years ago in Jizhou. His strength was extremely close to the first level, and he was known to be invincible among second-level martial grandmasters. His name was Ho Wanhu, nicknamed the Marquis of 10,000 Households. Before the fall of Northern Han, he had served as a military officer and was known to be the enemy of 10,000 people in Jizhou. After the fall of Northern Han, he had raised over 2,000 roaming mounted bandits at the northern border of Jizhou. This person had threatened that there would be a day when he would chop off Su Zhao's head and use it as a wine jug. Unexpectedly, he had quickly disappeared. As it turned out, he had saved the eldest grandson of the Han family. It was rumored that he was currently imprisoned in the underground prison of Yanbao. It could be seen just how many years the Han family had endured humiliation and how many years this Jizhou hero had not seen the light of day. During this period of time, countless people had come to visit the Yanbaoli family under all kinds of pretenses. If it weren't for Yuan Tingshan personally dispatching a cavalry with bright crossbows to deliberately station on the main road of Yanbao, perhaps Yanbao wouldn't even have a moment of peace. A graceful figure appeared at the top of the stairs, but for some reason, it immediately turned around and disappeared in a flash. The sharp-eyed men downstairs immediately hissed. They slapped the table with their hands and knocked the bowl with their chopsticks. As it turned out, the shopkeeper's wife, Lady Su, had given the drinkers downstairs a performance of hugging the pipa half covering the face. How could these men, who never lacked money, let it go? They screamed again and booed to death. This caused those young scholars who couldn't bear it any longer to glare angrily at the neighboring tables. Those with better tempers rolled their eyes, while those with worse tempers directly spat on the ground. There were also some who used hand gestures to greet the scholars' many generations of ancestors. Speaking of which, it was strange. It was true that the proprietress's appearance was outstanding, but she couldn't be considered a devastatingly beautiful woman. However, regardless of whether it was the coarse men or the refined scholars, even if they didn't fall in love at first sight, the more they looked, the more they liked her. The former had shallow eyes, drooling over the woman's heavy breasts, round and perky buttocks, as well as her soul-stirring foxy eyes, as well as her unique style that allowed her to exchange vulgarities with them. The latter had all sorts of reasons. Some said that the Lady Sue's occasional dazed expression while lying behind the counter was very charming. Some said that they saw the proprietress's staunch and chaste nature. There were even more who said that she was naturally close to scholars. It was possible that she was the daughter of one of the old Northern Han's aristocratic families who had wandered among the common people. Chapter 1368. However, there was only one reason why customers only dared to take liberties with their mouths and did not dare to lay their hands on them. There was only one reason why Green Bamboo Restaurant's business was booming. It was because the eldest grandson of the Han family, who had been promoted to the position of commandant of South Lu Guan by the imperial court, was Su's sworn brother. The waiter had a bright smile on his face, but he was full of suspicions as he ran downstairs. He respectfully invited Su Fengnian and the others to take a seat upstairs. Su Fengnian took out a piece of silver and tossed it to the waiter. The waiter's smile became even brighter as he shouted, "Thank you, young master, for your reward." The waiter was not surprised that the four of them went upstairs, but it was strange that they went directly to a private room on the third floor. There were so many rich guests in Dijon who came here with ulterior motives, but none of them had such an honor. The waiter led the four of them to the door of the room on the third floor and stopped. Su Fengnian pushed the door open and entered. Mi Fengjie stood at the door while Fan Shaochai followed Su Fengnian over the threshold. Fan Xiaochai glanced at the woman who stood motionless with a face full of surprise. She was indeed somewhat enchanting, especially the view on her chest, which could make ordinary men want to run over and hold it with both hands to reduce the burden. However, that was all there was to it. Fan Xiaochai's beauty was above the woman's, and her style was the complete opposite. Generally speaking, each of them had their own merits, so they minded their own business. After Su Fengnian calmly sat down, he smiled and said, "Qingzhu and Yang, why are you standing there like a fool? Pour the wine. Even if you want to go back to your old business of selling human meat buns, you still have to get the customers drunk first, right?" The woman who was called Qingzhu and Yang by Su Fengnian, who was wearing Zhang Sheingen's mask, covered her mouth. It was unknown whether she was crying or laughing. She was none other than Qingzhu Yang, whom Su Fengnian had met in Beimang's Ju Zizhou. She was the owner of an unscrupulous inn that sold black wine. Had it not been for that night at the foot of the mountain, when she had unintentionally revealed her true feelings in a drunken stupor, Su Fengnian would not have gotten involved with the Zhongni stronghold's head Han Fang, nor would he have killed his way to the Shin's thatched hut on Mount Liui's Changle Peak. Then, under the oppression of the Shin clan's thatched hut, the eldest grandson of the Han clan might not even be able to be the king of a mountain, and could only switch mountains with Zhang Julu and start anew. Then, in Ji province, there wouldn't be the eldest grandson of the Han clan who walked right into the trap and waited to be executed. There wouldn't be the change of day after day, where Han Fang suddenly turned from a prisoner to a first-rate martyr in the Liang dynasty, and became the last straw that crushed Grand Secretary Zhang Julu to death. It could be said that in these 2 years, the whisk room's men of sacrifice and spies that had been hiding in Ji province were all revolving around a single person, carrying out a secretive and cautious complex operation. This lucky person was precisely Han Fang, who had led 21 riders back to Ji province. Even though the whisk room had spent a great deal of effort, manpower, and resources, Han Fang was able to successfully distinguish herself from the others time and time again, probably because of the protection of more than 10 generations of the Han clan's heroic ancestors. Even Su Weisheng and Chu Lushan, who were far away in Beiliang, who were in charge of Ji province's spy affairs, clicked their tongues in amazement. This chess piece was personally planted by Su Fengnian. It was still far from blossoming and bearing fruit. However, for Beiliang, who was now in an even worse situation, with and without Han Fang in Ji province, there was definitely a world of difference. Su Fengnian's trip to Dajian City in Ji province this time was not to meet Han Fang, but to meet Zhang Xiucheng, who claimed to be an outer disciple of the Tao Te sect. At that time, Zhongni's stockade had fallen and scattered. Only this person had firmly placed his bet on Han Fang and regarded her as a Tao-enlightened immortal, who could help him rise to the top. Reality proved that this Beimang Daoist, who was born as a scholar in the Southern Dynasty, had not only made the right bet, but also made a lot of money. Now, he had the official position of Liang official and was assisting Lieutenant Han Fang in Nanla Pass. Of course, Su Fengnian would not recklessly meet Han Fang directly, even though the Liang Zhaogo, who had been severely injured, was no longer as strong as before in Ji province. The old military chief Yang Shenxing had left, and the new noble Yuan Tingshan had arrived, causing the Zhaogo in Ji province to be severely reduced. Han Fang's luck was good, but Su Fengnian did not have much confidence in his own luck. After Qingzhu Yang sat down, she poured a cup of aged Huadiao wine for Su Fengnian. The wine's aroma quickly filled the air. After the excitement, she was obviously a little uneasy. She asked softly, "Su Lang, why did you come to Dajian City?" Qingzhu Yang did not know about Han Fang's identity as the orphan of the Han family until he was imprisoned. As for Su Fengnian's identity, even Han Fang was only told by an old spy from the Fu Shui house after he had settled down in Ji province. Of course, Han Fang would not say a word about this kind of secret to Qingzhu Yang, who had no relatives or friends. This time, Su Fengnian came to Dajian City to meet Zhang Xiucheng, who also did not dare to reveal anything. Han Fang's situation was turned upside down, and Qingzhu Yang naturally rose along with it. She opened this restaurant in Dajian City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. She, who lived at the foot of Jiui Mountain, was so miserable that she did not even use her name. Perhaps even the lowest-level Beimang spies in Zhu province had not heard of her, not to mention Zhao Go in Ji province. To this day, Qing Junyang only regarded him as the son of a rich family from Longyao province or Gusai province. As for Su Lang's skills, she was not clear from the beginning to the end. That night in Zhongyi village and the Shen family's thatched cottage, she was dead drunk on the table outside the hotel. Later, the Taoist priest Zhang Xiuqing casually mentioned a few words. He only said that young Master Su's martial arts skills were rarely seen in his life. Even if he was not at the first level, he was not far away. But what she really wanted to know, Zhang Xiuqing did not say. What she really wanted to hear, Zhang Xiuqing did not say either. She did not even know if she would be able to see him again in this lifetime. Today, when she finally saw him, she actually wanted him to leave Dajian City as soon as possible. After all, this was an important military base in Liang. You are a young master from the southern Beimang dynasty. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Su Fengnian joked, what? Can't I come? Afraid of freeloading? Qing Junyang did not say anything. She subconsciously reached out to touch the hair on her temples, afraid that he would find fault with her. Although she did not look at the weak woman for a long time, the quick exchange of glances was enough to make her feel ashamed of her own inferiority. What a handsome young lady. Her temperament was excellent. At first glance, she could tell that she was a virtuous young lady from a scholarly family. The key point was that the woman was younger than her. She suddenly seemed to wake up and said in a low voice, Jinren Zhang actually stayed in the restaurant yesterday. He eats, drinks, and sleeps in the innermost room near the window. He saw you earlier than me and said that he would be here in a while. He had to wait until there were no customers coming in and out. He asked me to pass on a message to you, saying that he hoped that you would be magnanimous enough to forgive him. Su Fengnian grunted in acknowledgement. When they arrived at the Green Bamboo restaurant in Dajian City and were about to meet Zhang Xiuqing, who was now using the pseudonym of Zhang Fuling, Su Fengnian could not help but think of another hidden spy. It was not in Ji province, but outside Tuma Pass, right outside the mouth of the gourd. The reason why he said he was going to meet Yu Wandao and Wei Jingtang in horizontal water city of Ji province was that he wanted to recruit these two spies that he had been operating for several years. Compared to Han Fong in Ji province, the other spy named Song Diao, could play a role earlier. At that time, when Su Fengnian followed the fish dragon gang led by Lu Nerong to escort them out of Ji province, Song Diao, was one of the few forces of horse bandits hired by the deputy chief Xiao Chang. Su Fengnian took a fancy to Song Diao's resolute and ruthless character, and asked Song Diao to ask Su Fengnian for money and food. Song Diao did as Su Fengnian had expected. If not for his mediocre martial arts and pitiful background, he actually did not lack anything. If he were in Jiangnan of Liang's Central Plains, it would not be difficult for him to pass the Jinshe exam or become a famous scholar. Therefore, with the support of Captain Guo Yi who had real power, Song Diao soon became one of the top leaders of horse bandits at the border of Yuzhou. On the surface, he had more than 1,000 strong men under his command. Although this number was not big when compared to the armies of other regions, it might not even be comparable to a paid captain. However, Song Diao was able to roam freely outside Ji province with only 36 horse bandits. The 1,000 horse bandits under his command, who had not been equipped with excellent equipment, were probably equal to the 3,000 cavalrymen of Ji province. If it was said that Northern Mang already had an idea of Yu Wandao's 10,000 cavalrymen and had prepared a backup plan, then Song Diao's 1,000 mounted bandits who came and went like the wind, as well as the Song clan bandits who could suddenly grow stronger, they could stab Northern Mang's eastern army at any time and any place. As for whether they would stab Northern Mang's waist or shoulder, Su Fengnian would personally make the arrangements this time. In addition, when Beimang's cobwebs and Jianghu forces infiltrated Yuzhou, Su Fengnian also took the opportunity to quietly disperse many of his men outside the Great Wall. Just as immortal Cui Wazi of Dao De Sect thought, half of the tide-listening pavilion's eagles and hounds were hidden in the Calabash fort as a smokescreen. They had already joined forces with Song Diao's horse gang. That day in the steel forest behind Mount Qingliang, Su Fengnian did not refute Mi Chang, who pointed at his nose and scolded him. He only said that he did not do a good job. Perhaps he, the king of Bailiang, did not do a good job, but Su Fengnian must have done more than the outside world imagined. Su Fengnian took a sip of the huadiao tea that Qing Junyang had just warmed. His smiling face suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 1369. The 15-year-old huadiao wine had been one of the tributes of Gangnam-do since the first year of Yonghui. It was produced in the Great Feng dynasty and had a unique custom. When a rich family gave birth to a daughter, they would brew a few jars of wine every few days they were born. The wine jars would be painted with colors and buried under old osmanthus trees. When the daughter grew up and married, this wine would be used as a dowry. When the eldest princess of Bailiang was married to Jiangnan, the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, threatened to gather 1,000 jars of huadiao wine for his daughter's dowry. In a hurry, he only managed to gather 800 jars. Originally, this was not a shameful matter. At that time, people were butchering their daughters. Who dared to gossip? Who didn't know that no matter how fierce Su Shao was, Su Shao would only hear it? If the gossip of his 2 daughters reached his ears, as long as it wasn't thousands of miles away, even the emperor wouldn't be able to protect him. In the end, it was His Royal Highness, who was the first to stop his eldest sister from marrying, who personally led his personal guards and spent an entire day barging into almost all the houses of the rich and powerful in Liangzhou city. Only on the morning of His Royal Highness's wedding day did he finally bring back the last jar of top-quality huadiao wine with red eyes. Su Fengnian did not speak. Qing Junyang also did not make a sound. Zhang Xiucheng, who was no longer wearing a Taoist robe but casual clothes, gently pushed open the door and entered. He originally wanted to kneel down and pay his respects. Seeing that Qing Junyang was still in the room, he was momentarily in a dilemma. After Su Fengnian came back to his senses, he raised his wine cup and smiled. Old friends have met. Sit down and talk. Zhang Xiucheng's fear and trepidation were not faked. His mother, the person in front of him, was the northwest vassal king of Liang. The hand holding the wine cup was also holding an entire 300,000 cavalrymen at the border. This young man with the title of King of Bailiang and the title of Pillar of Bailiang was fighting to the death against the million-strong army of Beimang and the entire Beimang dynasty. Taking 10,000 steps back, the man who took the heads of the king of the northern courtyard, Su Huainan, and the 5th raccoon of Mount Tibing, the guy who killed Wang Xianji, Zhang Xiucheng, a pretentious Taoist priest, didn't he meet a real immortal? Zhang Xiucheng glanced at Qing Junyang, who was still in the dark, and asked carefully with a perfect Jizhou accent, Wang. Young Master Su, are you all right? Su Fengnian nodded. It's fine. Zhang Xiucheng heaved a sigh of relief and sat upright. He said in a deep voice, this lowly one dares not to talk about official business. The first master asked me to do something for him first. When we meet in the future, he will make it up to me. After saying this, Zhang Xiucheng stood up, knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Su Fengnian did not stop him. Zhang Xiucheng, whose forehead was slightly red, sat down again. He quickly calmed himself down and continued, in the king, Zhang Xiucheng could not hold himself back from cursing. He slapped himself hard on the face and said, under the instruction of young Master Su, when General Yu was on the way to North Ji, they passed by South Foot Pass. The great leader had also led 3,000 soldiers to intercept them, and a fierce fight broke out. As expected, Yuan Tingshan, who only brought a few dozens of retinues with him, showed up after the fight, and the great leader let down his guard against him. On General Yu's journey to the north, he only drew his sword at Arnan La Pass. The other dozen or so troops had shrunk into a complete mess. It's not that this little one is boasting, but the Northern Liang cavalry is indeed worthy of being called the #1 army in the world. Even though they were separated by River Province, the Jizhou army was still scared to death. Su Fengnian smiled and said, if the backbone of Jizhou, Yangshanxing, was still here, it might not be like this. Maybe. Zhang Xiucheng only spoke a few words before he felt his throat dry up. He glanced at the wine cup on the table and did not dare to take it. Su Fengnian poured a cup for him. Only then did he lower his head and bend over to take it. He tilted his head slightly and drank it in one gulp. Qing Junyang was dumbfounded. What kind of show was this? What general you? What Bailiang cavalry? She had heard of Yang Shenxing before. He was the old man who acted like a tyrant in Jizhou but immediately became unaccustomed to other places. It was said that he suffered a great defeat at a place called Guangling Road in Liang. He was a classic example of a man who could not keep his integrity in his old age. She was more familiar with Yuan Tingshan. It could not be helped. Everyone in Jizhou knew about Master Yuan. He was a legendary figure who had both praise and blame. Those who approved of him worshipped him to the point of prostrating themselves before him, praising him to the skies. Those who did not approve of him gritted their teeth and scolded him for being a mad dog who had once been beaten by the king of Bailiang. He did not rely on riding a horse to kill enemies, but relied on riding a woman to achieve his current status. Zhang Xiuqing was about to speak when someone knocked on the door. Zhang Xiuqing stood up like a bird startled by the twang of a bow, startling Qing Junyang. Su Fengnian put down his hand and signaled for Zhang Xiuqing to calm down. He said calmly, "Come in." After Mi Fengjie entered the room, the old man glanced at Fan Shaochai with extreme annoyance and said softly, "That one guy came to find us." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Should I say that this guy is haunting us or is he infatuated?" It turned out that after the four of them had entered the border of Ji province, they had inadvertently encountered a group of 40 men who were escorting a descendant of an aristocratic family. The arrangement of the group was not inferior to that of Ji province's elite cavalry. That fellow had only glanced at Fan Shaochai, who was riding past him, and his soul had followed Fan Shaochai's horse. He didn't care about anything else and immediately turned his horse around, desperately trying to catch up with Su Fengnian's group. As it turned out, when the young man named Ruan Gang was young, he met Fan Shaochai in Dijon City. At that time, he was shocked. After Fan Shaochai left, this infatuated man used the excuse of traveling to study and had not taken a wife for many years. In the end, he felt that their reunion was God's will. Fan Shaochai said that she did not know this Ruan Gang and had never stopped in Dijon City. At that time, Ruan Gang looked at Su Fengnian with hidden bitterness and thought that Fan Shaochai had married and become someone else's wife. What was interesting was that Ruan Gang did not try to bully others. He only begged Su Fengnian to help him and Fan Shaochai reconcile. In the end, this son of the deputy general of Jizhou even got off his horse and knelt on the road with tears and snot all over his face. Fortunately, he did not see Fan Shaochai's ferocious expression on the horse's back. At that time, the third great master of the Fu Shui chamber really wanted to cut him into pieces. Fan Shaochai looked at Su Fengnian and said expressionlessly, "I will find a chance to kill him. Don't worry, it will be done without anyone knowing." Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. "You women can have a man who cares about you so much. Even if you are not together, you can't hurt him too much. After all, there are not many good men like him in this world." Fan Shaochai still kept a straight face and asked, "Why don't I put him in the side room of the Fu Shui chamber? He is the son of the deputy general of Jizhou after all. He can be useful." Su Fengnian asked, "You don't like him? Besides, you are one of the top 10 figures in the Fu Shui chamber. Why do you care about this little bit of merit?" Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. "I don't care what the women of the Fu Shui chamber do when I can't see them. But you are standing right in front of me. Forget it." Fan Shaochai made an "oh" sound and did not say anything else. Su Fengnian said to Mi Fengjie, "Just tell Ruan Gang that I will be visiting him tomorrow. Tell him to prepare good wine and good food. Let him continue to wait. Having a thought in his heart, even if it is for the rest of his life, is probably better than having a dead heart." No one in the room said anything. Zhang Xiuqing did not dare, Mi Fengjie did not care, and Fan Shaochai closed her eyes to rest. Only Qing Junyang said softly, "It is like this." Su Fengnian suddenly thought of one of the Bailiang's chess pieces, the guest of the prince's mansion, Xu Xiu, who wore the godly face. Su Fengnian's intuition told him that this chess piece had not only taken root beside the prince of Xiangfan city in Qing province, but also changed its color. His master, Li Shan, had always regarded Go as a small Dao. Most importantly, he believed that Go was divided into black and white, and it would always be black and white. But the human heart was the most changeable. How could it be divided into black and white? Even if they were thousands of li away from the Bailiang, even if the Bailiang cavalry could not take care of themselves, to kill Xu Xiu, who could not see the light of day on the Qing province stage, in one night, Fu Shui chamber could still pay a price. But this was meaningless. The owner of the godly face, who had gone to Beimang's hidden chess piece, had finally begun to make waves. As for Chen Xiaobao, Chen Wang, who lived high up in Taiyan City, and Wang Lting, who was a close friend of Lingzhou's golden thread weaving company, Sun Yin. Su Fengnian did not treat them as chess pieces that had to listen to Bailiang's orders. He just wanted to let nature take its course. Su Fengnian was more looking forward to Chao Wei. Under the cover of Yuan Dao and nearly 10,000 Bailiang cavalry, Chao Wei's more elite cavalry might really be able to become a surprise force that could make the final decision. Of course, this was on the premise that Bailiang's third front could grit its teeth and resist the invasion of Beimang's cavalry to the south. Su Fengnian picked up his wine cup and walked to the window. He looked at the endless stream of people on the busy street and drank a mouthful of huadiao wine. Your peace order is in Beimang's imperial palace. Using hundreds of large satin pieces to piece together the picturesque mountains and rivers of two dynasties, you want to buy peace for that old woman with black and white. This technical work should be rewarded. But this reward is my Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry. It depends on whether or not your Beimang can eat it. Be careful not to burn your intestines. Chapter 1370. There's one more chapter before 12 o'clock. The four horsemen who did not stir up any trouble were like a drop of water thrown into a ravine. They could not stir up anything. After Su Fengnian and Zhang Xiuqing finished their discussion, they quickly left the restaurant. Qing Junyang only said one sentence when she saw them off. She said that the last time they parted, he gave her a sentence, and this time she returned it to him. Su Fengnian smiled and accepted it. Zhang Xiuqing returned to the window of the private room and watched the four horsemen leave on the street. He did not turn around. The woman was slowly tidying up the wine jug and wine cups on the table, as well as the exquisite plates with side dishes. Zhang Xiuqing asked curiously, Qing Junyang, what was that sentence? Can you say it? Qing Junyang smiled gracefully, why can't I say it? Last time he told me to live well. There's no greater reason than this in the world. Zhang Xiuqing sighed, the world is going to be chaotic. Qing Junyang asked softly, who is he? If you can't say it, don't say it. Zhang Xiuqing turned around and was a little confused, I really can't say it. But I talked to him for so long. Qing Junyang, can't you guess? Qing Junyang's cheeks were slightly red, I don't know what I was thinking at that time. Anyway, I feel like I can't remember anything now. Zhang Xiuqing was stunned for a moment and held back his laughter, just think of him as Su Lang. Anyway, his real identity will be revealed one day. When that time comes, even if you escape back to Beimang and close your ears, it will be useless. From the details of how he treated the servant girl, I can see that he is not a good person, but he can't be bad. Qing Junyang rolled her eyes at this Taoist priest who always liked to laugh at himself and only knew how to subdue demons in old books. She said softly, he is bad. Zhang Xiuqing did not know the inside story and was not willing to get involved in this matter, so as to avoid being in a difficult position. Oh right, after the Shenzhou continent sank in the eyes of scholars of the spring and autumn period, some scholar who did not accumulate virtue with his mouth said a derogatory sentence that spread far and wide. It said, Su Xiao is not a person when he looks at himself in the mirror. After Zhang Xiuqing settled down in Jizhou, he did not understand at first. Later, he found out that they were scolding the old Prince Liang for killing too many people, and that he was a malicious spirit who had intruded into the world of the living. As for others, such as, when the great general walks, one is high while the other is low, this was simple and clear. It was insinuating that Su Xiao was a cripple, and, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. This was once used to mock the hunchback butcher and his eldest son, Su Fengnian, for being hedonistic and unscrupulous. However, with the rise of Su Fengnian's reputation, very few people brought it up. Zhang Xiuqing sighed. It was a pity that he would not be able to take a look at the great general who had achieved great merits and had met a good end. Putting away these useless thoughts, Zhang Xiuqing looked at the sky outside the window. It was time for him to leave the city. The first master was still waiting for him, with his own news. Zhang Xiuqing suddenly returned to his seat and asked Qing Junyang to put back the cup, chopsticks, and dishes. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank slowly. She leaned against the window and quietly watched the bustling streets of the foreign city. After Su Fengnian's group of 4 passed through the Wild Goose Stop Pass north of Dajian City, they abandoned their horses and traveled on foot to avoid any unexpected problems. They quickly traveled north on the mountain roads where woodcutters and hunters rarely went. Both Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai had a whole new level of respect for the child. It was not strange for him to have such a high level of comprehension at such a young age, but it was completely inexplicable that his internal energy was so strong. Of course, they would never have guessed that the shepherd boy, Yulong, had inherited half of Wang Xianji's legacy. During the trip to Jizhou, the 6th-year Feng Zong was able to accurately find Su Fengnian and pass on the situation of the battle in Yuzhou. When the group of 4 was running along a high ridge along a canyon, Su Fengnian suddenly stopped again. He raised his arm to support the handsome sea eagle that was falling through the clouds. Mi Fengjie saw that the usually calm king of Bailiang was somewhat dignified this time. He stood at the edge of the cliff in a daze. Yulong sat on the ground and took off his sturdy leather boots. He lifted them upside down and threw away the gravel that was sticking to his feet. Mi Fengjie could not help but ask, "Is the battle at the Calabash Gate not going well?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "In the first battle at Zayoma village, the losses on both sides were actually within the expectations of Chu Lushan and Yan Wenluan. However, based on the intelligence reports I've received so far, there are some accidents outside of the battlefield that we must pay attention to." Yang Yuanzhan personally led the vanguard to attack Crouching Bao City. Since ancient times, the nomads of the north have lived half their lives on horseback. Naturally, they are skilled in horseback archery. However, during the early days of the Great Feng dynasty, they still maintained an absolute advantage over the grassland forces. You might not expect this, but even at the end of the Great Feng dynasty, even if they did not rely on the sturdy city walls and elite crossbows, the Great Feng army was still able to fight to a draw against the grassland cavalry. The reversal of victory and defeat between the two sides happened in the last 200 years or so. Countless border trade with smuggled goods for huge profits, in addition to the countless raids down south in the last 200 years, allowed the northern grassland to have a considerable number of craftsmen and ironware. The scholars of the spring and autumn period, Hongjia, rushed north and brought Beimeng a rich population, a profound culture of the Central Plains, and a subtle influence on the concept of war. Dongzhua's private army attaches importance to infantry, siege, and auxiliary soldiers. This is one of the obvious changes. Su Fengnian squatted down and picked up a handful of yellow dirt. Gently holding it in his hand, he said, "Beimeng claims to have invested 300,000 soldiers on the Eastern Front. If we were to go back 30 or 40 years, when we were in the early days of the 9 kingdoms of the Central Plains, we would definitely take it for granted that the 300,000 soldiers were, at most, 100,000 soldiers. Even if we added in the laborers who transported the provisions and the auxiliary soldiers who were responsible for the maintenance of the equipment, it would still not reach 300,000. Su Shao might not be the first person to resist this kind of bad habit of bolstering one's courage before the battle, but Su Shao was definitely the military general who resisted it the most resolutely and thoroughly. Ever since he attacked the various Liang bandit towns to set up separatist forces, he said that he had 5,000 troops and horses. Later on, he even became a huge joke. When the Northern Han battle had just begun, the Northern Han frontline general heard a spy report that Su Shao had brought 20,000 soldiers with him. The general defending the city counted on his fingers. According to the old rules, there were only 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers, at most 10,000. There was still a battle to be fought and there was no need to retreat. In the end, the northern Han general was captured by Su Shao. Before being beheaded as a sacrifice, he cursed Su Shao as a swindler. Su Shao was so angry that he kicked out half of the general's teeth. He retorted, "If this daddy says 20,000, it means 20,000. I don't cheat the old or the young. You have the face to call such an honest person a swindler?" Originally, Udilong had been swinging his two boots back and forth, as if he wanted to take a stroll in the boots. Hearing this, he quieted down and perked up his ears to listen to his master talk about something that was very far away from him, war. Chapter 1371. Su Fengnian clenched his fists, feeling the coolness of the yellow soil in his palms. He sighed, putting aside Beimang's central line and Liuzhou's western line. The eastern line of Yuzhou has more than 200,000 fighters. The remaining 100,000 auxiliary soldiers are actually no different from fighters. Beimang rides more and walks less. Dong Zhuo has set a rule that during this campaign, the fighters are not allowed to set up tents along the way. When they dismount, they sleep. When they open their eyes, they get on their horses and fight. The reason why there are 100,000 auxiliary soldiers is more to deal with the strongholds at the mouth of the gorge. When Yang Yuanzhan dealt with the Zayoma stronghold, he assigned the auxiliary soldiers to attack the strongholds. Most of the commanders of these auxiliary soldiers have fathers who were Chuanxiu survivors, or were actually Chuanxiu survivors in their 40s or 50s. As for Yang Yuanzhan's personal army and Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry, these main forces bypassed the strongholds and rode straight down, striving to reach Crouching Bao City as quickly as possible. By the time the main forces reach the city and the siege weapons arrive, the rear lines will have been more or less cleared. The conscripted peasants in Longyao province who are responsible for the supply of food will be able to continue their journey south. Therefore, in this battle, Beimang and Dong Zhuo are fighting very central plains. Fan Shaochai said coldly, "In that case, the strongholds north of Crouching Bao City are clearly doomed. Why didn't Yuzhou just line up Crouching Bao City, Luanhe City, and Sheguang City at the northernmost part of the mouth of the gorge? Wouldn't that stop Beimang's army outside the pass? They wouldn't have to worry about Beimang's cavalry slowly encroaching on the strongholds. In the end, you Bailiang don't care about the lives of your soldiers just because you want to be the best in the world." Mi Fengjie looked at this woman as if she was an idiot. For the first time, a smile appeared on his withered face. Of course, this smile had nothing to do with good intentions. This was not to say that Mi Fengjie had grasped the loophole in Fan Shaochai's words. The master of the profound sword cave's thinking was extremely simple. He was a Bailiang general who had soaked in blood on the battlefield and laid in piles of corpses. How could a veteran like Yan Wenluan, who had proven his talent in war during the Spring and Autumn War, be a fool fishing for fame? Su Fengnian did not ridicule Fan Shaochai for being a frog at the bottom of a well, nor did he mock her for being a frog at the bottom of a well. Instead, he raised his clenched fist and pointed at the canyon by his feet. He calmly said, "The mouth of the gorge is not here. I have personally traveled beyond the Great Wall, so I can roughly imagine how big the mouth of the gorge is. Moreover, in terms of military affairs, where to build a city on a mountain, where to build a pass, where to build a fort near a river, and where to build a flintlock based on a dangerous situation, not only were there particular considerations, there were also all kinds of complicated adaptations. The mouth of the gorge is the most advantageous terrain in Bailiang, and it is also the only natural defensive strategic location. You were right when you said that you wanted the soldiers of the fort to die. Once the enemy arrived, these officers and soldiers who were defending the fort would not be able to survive. They would only be able to defend to the death." Su Fengnian clenched his fists. The wind and sand on the cliff blew against his face, messing up the hair on his temples. He said, "Bailiang only told Li Yang that the mouth of the gorge could hold 150 to 60,000 northern barbarians, but most of the people of the Central Plains were unwilling to believe it. If from the beginning, Yan Wenluan wanted the 50,000 Yuzhou soldiers in the 3 cities and 200 forts at the mouth of the gorge to all die in battle at the mouth of the gorge." Su Fengnian, whose tone had always been calm, paused for a moment and then smiled. "I'm afraid that even if the Central Plains heard about this, they would pretend not to have heard it. Perhaps they would just say, "Oh," and then say nothing else. One should drink wine, one should admire the snow, one should enjoy the snow, one should enjoy the pleasures of life. Fan Xiaochai bit her lip, stubbornly asking, if one person is willing to fight to the death, 100 people are willing. Even if 1,000 people are willing, are the 50,000 soldiers of the Yuzhou border army really willing to die at the mouth of the gourd? Father and mother gave them 2 legs. Won't they flee? Finally, Mi Fengjie could confidently teach this woman, who knew nothing but killing, a lesson. With a sneer, he said, "You are the descendant of one of the first nobles of the old northern Han. How could you possibly understand what the people of northern Liang are thinking? The great general has only been in charge of Beiliang for 20 years. The morale of the army is still there. Moreover, the Beiliang border has not been peaceful for many years. When soldiers go to war, go into battle, and kill the enemy, Beiliang is the best in the world. It is not just because of the Beiliang's horses, bows, crossbows, and cold sabers. In the end, it is because of their pride. Do you, Fan Xiaochai, understand?" Su Fengnian declined to comment. With a slight bitterness, he softly said, "Beiliang has always claimed to have 300,000 cavalry. The busybodies of Liyang have always been curious as to how much resources Su Shao has saved up for me. How many cavalry and infantry are there? How many border armies and local garrisons are there?" Yu Dilong quietly asked, "Master, how many do you have?" Su Fengnian appeared absent-minded. After turning his head, he gently smiled and said, "Guess?" Yu Dilong shook his head. Su Fengnian once again gazed at the northwestern sky. Once upon a time, there was an old man who liked to say, "Guess." In response, Su Fengnian would always roll his eyes and say, "Step on your grandpa." The old man would smile and say, "That's right, I'm your father." Su Fengnian put away these thoughts and said in a low voice, "The Yuzhou garrisons at Calabash Pass are willing to defend to the death because of the reason Mi Fengjie mentioned. However, you did not mention the more important reason. Beiliang has less than 2 million households and is limited by its small territory. No matter how much they recuperate, their population will always be less than 10 million. Then let me ask you a simple question. There are only 2 million households, but Beiliang has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Which household doesn't have someone in the army? If the Beiliang border army is destroyed, which household doesn't need to wear mourning clothes?" Su Fengnian gnashed his teeth. Almost all the young adults of Yuzhou province are in the local army of Yuzhou province. Their hometowns are right behind the garrisons of the 3 cities and 200 fortresses at the mouth of Calabash. If one of them dies, their families may live for another day. It's that simple. Su Fengnian slowly stood up and said, "Yan Wenluan, who is in charge of Yuzhou's military affairs, set up an unwritten rule. When Su Shao was still alive, countless Yuzhou officials wantonly criticized this rule. After I inherited it, all the scholars, including Huang Shang, strongly requested that this rule be abolished. Mi Fengjie did not know about this, but Fan Xiaochai, who had become the spy of the Fu Shui chamber, knew very well. The Yuzhou border army has an iron law. No matter who it is, if someone retreats before the battle, their entire family will be executed. Yan Wenluan once told me that he could give up being the commander of Beiliang's infantry and could even hand over the military power at Yuzhou's border to someone else. However, before he dies in battle, no one can change this rule. Even I, Su Fengnian, cannot change it." Su Fengnian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He squinted his eyes and murmured softly, "This is war, this is Beiliang." The mountain wind was swift and fierce. Su Fengnian stood at the edge of the cliff. He was a little far from the 3 people, and seemed a little lonely. Fan Xiaochai hesitated for a moment before asking, "What are we going to do next?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Whatever I can do, I'll do. I've been doing the same thing since I came to Jizhou." Mi Fengjie, who had noticed some clues before, asked carefully, "Are you trying to return to the peak of martial arts?" Su Fengnian replied, "The mountain is at the end of the river and the mountain is at the end of the river. Even if there is no road under my feet, I have to find one. Outside Dunhuang, there was a huge stone Buddha with a majestic mountain as its embryo. Day after day, year after year, the Buddha looked at the world with a smile and pity. In the main hall of Mount Wudong, there was the Zhenwu great emperor, who had stood with his sword for hundreds of years. In the holy temple, the absolute saint, the quasi-saint, and the many sages who accompanied the sacrifice still had the aura of death. He murmured softly, "Zazai, zazai, 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 there is no one, there is no self. Ask yourself where you are, and you will naturally be at ease. Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, there is a future, there is a future." How did this life come to be? Taoism sat in forgetfulness to comprehend immortality. Buddhism visualized to let go. Confucianism guarded benevolence and great fortitude. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and stretched out his hand, allowing the